Test. S.W.Frost is now live streaming Hunt Showdown Thai no art offers please Diablo Strike team this one is for you AHEM.
Da.
Ti ga zalepio, vidiš?
Šta sam zalepio?
A gdje si Snake, gdje si Snake?
Kako ono kažu, muda uz guzicu si
Restream
zalepio,
it.
šta? Je to?
Welcome to my channel.
A što se...
Ali nije na to mislim.
BL. BL, BL, BL.
BL? Jel?
BL, 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 BL. Još 9 minuta. Jeli?
Why is he talking about martial arts? He looks like he's never lifted more than a sandwich.
All right, take 6. This was an uncomfortable video to make, and no matter how I approach and formulate it, I'm happy with it. There might be some kind of benefit in it, or there might not be. I don't know. I just don't know what else to do. Okay, so the problem is things have gotten a lot more difficult. And by things, I mean fixing both what's going on with my channel and myself. I'll put timestamps in here, so if you don't feel like sitting through a rant or listening to me whine, if that's how you want to put it, you can skip ahead or you can skip the entire video. I don't fucking care, okay? I just need to process this and get it off my chest and ask for help, I suppose, as well. So, I've gone through these phases a number of times when the views are down and ad revenue's in the toilet, and everything I try to do to fix it doesn't work. It's just never been this low and this difficult. You know, after 15 years or whatever of doing this on YouTube, my mentality is if the views are down, it's my fault. I gotta make the videos better.
Welcome to my channel.
My editing's gotta be better. I gotta put
Welcome
more
to my channel.
oomph into it. I don't know, I gotta pick better topics.
Ništa nisam čuo.
No,
samo sam bacio,
That doesn't seem to work.
bacio sam 6-7 kućišta u
YouTube has
dvorište
changed the game.
nekih
It has done so a
škatova.
bunch of times. So far I've adapted, I suppose, even though I really just keep doing the same thing. I don't know.
Hello.
Definition of insanity,
Hello.
right? I guess
Hello.
another way to play the game is making a shit ton of shorts, which I'm really not a fan of. The vertical format is horrible in terms of cinematography and is not really my style. I've even seen channels with over 3 million subscribers and more that say their views are down. So I'm not in a unique position by any means, nor am I telling you this to get sympathy points or whatever bullshit, nor does this mean that I'm about to quit. It's precisely because I'm passionate about this, because this is what I want to do. This is what I'm doing the most.
Welcome to my channel. Kata.
So
welcome to my channel.
I want to just fix it. I just don't know how. And that leads me to the other problem, which is basically the same issue, which is, you know, I can't fix this. The thing is, people lately have been posting a bunch of comments, pretty rude comments, but whatever. It's random strangers on the internet. What can you expect? About how fat I've gotten. And I don't really know why suddenly. I've been like this for 3 years. What I suppose is difficult to understand about all this is that the entire time, for these past 3 years, I've been trying to get back on track. I hope I'm back on track. I'm a little skeptical because I've said that twice before already. It used to feel like I'm flipping a switch inside my head, and from then on it went. But I've had that twice now, recently, and didn't change yet. So here's another push. I have not given up. That's what it looks like, obviously, because there hasn't been any long-term success. I've had short-term success and then, major regression over and over and over again. It's infuriating. So in order to understand this, which I can't expect you to understand, and there's no reason why you should bother, because this is just my personal issues, and my personal life is none of your business, really, but it is relevant for this, because even though this is not a fitness channel or anything, I definitely understand how it undermines my credibility to talk about this particular martial arts. Like, people are looking at this fat nerd like,
Why is he talking about martial arts? He looks like he's never lifted more than a sandwich.
never mind the fact that I learned most of what I know about swordsmanship when I looked like this, but for the majority of the time on this channel, I've been some level of chubby or fat or whatever. When I started out, I looked even worse. I've gone through several phases of up and down. In order to understand this mess, there's a certain context. And because I know how trying to converse with random strangers on the internet generally works, let me clarify. What I'm about to tell you is not meant as excuses. The way I see it, I don't have excuses, I have difficulty modifiers. When you start the new game plus and you want it to be more challenging, you add modifiers like enemies do more damage, you do less damage, you have less health, blah blah blah, whatever the hell. That's kind of how I see it, which means it's more difficult, but it's not a reason to stop trying. All right? Gotten that out of the way. So what are those difficulty modifiers? A big one is eating disorder, food addiction. Some people will vehemently and ignorantly deny that food addiction is real. It is absolutely real. What's the nature of an addiction? It causes you to do things that you know are contrary to your goals, that you know will make you feel terrible, both physically and mentally, in the long run, and that you've told yourself you're not going to do. And you're doing it anyway. There's this meme, when you stand on a cliff and suddenly your brain...
Ne, moraš bolje da se posvetiš. Viš kako Milan, Milan ništa ne radi. On je sve ostavio da bi igrao Han.
Meanwhile, you feel the strong urge to sprint towards
moraš biti pro, kao Micko.
And while you're still thinking, I would never do that, you find yourself going into a sprinter stance facing the cliff, and you think, oh no, I'm not going to do that. There's a cognitive side where you're aware that what you're doing is wrong, sabotages your goal, you need to stop, you want to stop, but then there's this overwhelming primal urge, this strong motivational power in the moment to do the thing that you told yourself you're not going to do again. You're never unmotivated. You're always motivated towards something. You may not be motivated to eat healthy and exercise, but that doesn't mean you're unmotivated. You have a strong motivation to do the opposite. It's not all doom and gloom. There are ways to break the pattern, develop better habits, and claw your way out of an addiction. It'll never leave. It'll never ever go away. It's an ongoing struggle. The important part is that you don't give up. It's just, I understand that it's really confusing to look at this from the outside and be like, why doesn't he stop? Why doesn't he put the goddamn food down? Okay, so the other difficulty modifiers are predominantly inattentive ADHD and generalized anxiety. I say predominantly inattentive because it's not the hyperactive kind of boundless energy ADHD. It's a lethargic, no energy, no motivation kind of ADHD. And energy has been a problem for as long as I remember. I've been to so many doctors, they've run so many different tests, so many things have been checked, I've done so many different diets, I'm supplementing. Nobody knows what's wrong with me, and neither do you, by the way, before you start giving me a bunch of unsolicited advice based on the most recent diet fad or whatever. I appreciate the positive intentions, but you don't know me. You haven't seen my blood work, you don't know my lifestyle, you don't know anything other than what I'm telling you right now, which is really not a whole lot. For all I know, the problems with low energy and feeling like garbage much of the time could be caused entirely by my poor sleep, which I also don't know what's causing that, and I've been trying to fix that and it doesn't work either. It's easy to jump to the conclusion that I feel like shit because I look like shit, but I also look like shit because I feel like shit. And I didn't feel much better at my most fit. I mean, yes, it wasn't quite as bad, but one of the main problems of this whole journey is before I was able to motivate myself by thinking, okay, once I get to this goal, once I get to a certain weight, to a certain fitness level, I'm going to be happy and I'm going to be feeling so much better. That wasn't the case. I was constantly tired. If I don't seem terribly enthusiastic or anything, apologies, I'm just destroyed from the workout today. I'm just barely hanging in. Constantly aching. I mean, I was probably overtrained, in all fairness. And it's such a sobering, disillusioning realization to be like, okay, I've accomplished this goal, but there's not the reward that I was seeking. I didn't get the muscle gains I was trying so desperately to get, which led to a bunch of injuries because I got to the point where I was so stubborn. I was so frustrated by hitting such a massive plateau that I just powered straight through it despite more and more aches and pains until eventually I injured my rotator cuff, which put me out of commission for a year, and I was in constant pain, and it's still a problem. It's crunchy, and like certain movements will immediately send pain in there, and it will spasm. And the reason why all this preoccupies me so much, and it's such a major deterrent, is anxiety. That's not something that everybody takes so
Hello darkness, my old friend. Come to talk with you again.
partially necessarily. I've definitely seen people bounce back from injuries and be like, yeah, I got messed up, but you know, I got better and I made adjustments. But when you have anxiety on top of it, there's just always this voice that takes all the available evidence and it's like, see, and this is why you're a useless piece of shit who will never accomplish anything worthwhile. All of this has been a problem for as long as I've been alive. But now that I've accumulated a bunch of chronic injuries and am in my 40s, it's twice as hard as it was. Again, no excuses. I'm not giving up, okay? And this is where I'm trying to turn it into something more positive. I think I need help. The last time I went through all this, lost a bunch of fat, became more fit, I didn't do it all by myself. I was with a HEMA school, Blood and Iron Victoria, at the time, and there's one benefit of social anxiety in particular. It makes you less willing to commit to situations where you're training in a group. Once you have committed to it, there's always this voice in your head when you're like, oh, I feel like absolute garbage today. I really don't want to go to class. And then this little anxiety voice is like, yeah, but you skipped class last time. You're gonna look like a lazy and worthless slacker. And I definitely push myself harder when training with others. It's a worse experience because the stress level is higher and it's miserable, but it works. So I might have to commit again to, there is a HEMA school here. I've just been avoiding it because I absolutely despise the idea of the way I am now, injured and fat, out of shape, having to train with other people and being like the one huffing, puffing fatty who can't keep up. I've been through that. That's been the start of the previous phase, and I hated every minute of it. But I've had 3 years to do it on my own. I failed. I can't do it. So clearly I need help. If there's anybody in Nova Scotia, in the general Halifax area, who is willing to train with me, who ideally already knows what they're doing, let me know. You can contact me in the About section on my channel page. There isn't really a whole lot of incentive because I would get more out of it than you do. It's a selfish request, I realize that, but quite frankly, with the way YouTube has been going, I can't afford to hire a personal trainer. That's just not happening. That's how things have been going. I generally try to not talk about these things because, as you can tell, I work myself into a frenzy, going on a real emotional rant, and it just comes across as whining and, you know, yeah, it kind of sucks, but I literally don't know what else to do because, yeah, I can't do it on my own, quite clearly. I keep getting offers from people who offer to do editing, but for one, I can't afford to hire somebody at this point. Two, every time I've tried it, a couple of times, I made changes anyway because I wasn't happy with how it turned out. Three, editing is actually not the worst part. Yes, it's very time consuming, but I don't really mind it all that much. What I mind and what I'm terrible at is the marketing side of things. You know, promoting yourself and, you know,
That's not a shotgun. Funny. Imagine that.
lurks. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Mr. Lurch.
Bruce. Welcome to my channel. Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
researching statistics and checking what's the current trend and what performs best and what works best with the algorithm. I despise that. I just want to do my thing. So I could use help with that, but then again, I can't really offer much. So yeah, thanks for listening to this. I have no idea how you made it through all this. Overly long. 38 minutes. I'm gonna have to try to edit this down. Back to the regular schedule. I'll keep making videos as best I can. I'll try to keep them as entertaining and informative and as engaging as I'm able to. If that's not enough, then guess I'll die. Well, I've now redoubled my efforts. When you've struggled and failed so many times for so long, you stop believing that's even possible. You stop believing in yourself. I'm gonna make yet another earnest push. And the way I'm feeling now tells me that, yeah, maybe I haven't been trying hard enough, because this sucks even more.
Very unique. See, everyone who plays Elden Ring fights these things once or twice and then just ignores them for the rest of their playthrough, rightfully so. Most of them just look like the one I'm fighting now. Some of them have an absurd amount of health, some are covered in snow, some are asleep, some wait in ambush, but overall their movesets and behavior are largely the same. Except for one found here, south of the deep Shifra well in Caelid, and one found here, southeast of the inner consecrated snowfield. These two have ragged, unkempt fur, which I think suggests that they're more feral than the others. And it shows, because their moveset has all of the usual BS, but it also includes a skyward dive attack and an AoE roar. Not only that, but their health and defense is just through the roof, especially this one in the snowfield, which is basically an endgame field boss. It also just happens to be the only bloody rune bear that's actually worth killing. You can find it here, buried in the snow as a wandering noble. It's actually a mimic tear, and if you somehow overcome it, you'll receive a larval tear, which you can use to respec your character. Number 2. While in Caelid, did you ever notice these piles of weapons that litter its battlefields? These, I think, help to convey the sheer scale of the battle where Melania fought Radahn, and they're mostly found in these sections of Caelid. Here, where Melania experienced her first Scarlet Bloom, and here, near Redmane Castle, in the arena that I believe Radahn fled to after succumbing to the rot. We talked really in depth about Caelid's lore in this video, and it's obvious in retrospect, but a lot of you guys pointed out that there are actually curved greatswords among this pile of weapons, and they look almost identical to Radahn's Star Scourge greatswords, suggesting that some of his soldiers actually wielded similar swords to their lord, even though we don't fight any soldiers wielding them in-game. Another curious thing about Radahn's swords is the inscription they bear, which is, fittingly, the same symbol that gravity spells have. The swords actually reference this, stating that Radahn earned considerable renown as the Star Scourge in his youth, and it is said that it was during this time that he engraved the gravity crest upon these blades. But what's really cool is that this gravity crest is likely inspired by real-world models of magnetic forces, which mark north and south magnetic poles. These curved lines are likely the resulting field lines that measure the strength and direction of magnetic fields, which results in a graph that looks a lot like the gravity crest. Considering gravity spells do pertain to the push and pull of cosmic forces, I can see the connection, though diving any deeper into this topic makes my brain hurt, so I'll stop here. Radahn initially learned this gravity magic so that he could ride his scrawny horse despite his immense size. Then he furthered his knowledge in order to confront the falling stars and seal the fate in the night sky. So, naturally, Radahn displays this incredible mastery over gravity magic in our fight with him, even managing to manifest as a giant meteor and devastate anything in his path. But the big thing we're missing from Radahn's story is why he went this far. Why did he have to conquer the stars? And to be honest, I've always felt like we're missing something from this topic. Take, for example, the Sword Gravestone in Sellia. It states that Radahn alone holds Sellia secure. Then consider the Star Scourge heirloom. It states that Radahn confronted
That's one guy. Wow, such a fine hit track.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
One cry. How do you read that? No. Interesting. South. Why south? That guy's dead. I didn't see that. Let me know money to the man. back just to know your name. Everything goes in a place like this. Bring it back, back girlfriend, I had a February of last year with a consolation. There I got potential. Yourself to me. I said maybe, baby, please. Look in my bag just to know your name. Goes in a place like this.
The falling stars. It almost sounds as if the stars were a threat in some way, right? As if Radahn was taking defensive measures in conquering the stars rather than taking the offensive initiative. And there's a piece of cut content that might just explain why the story is presented this way. So, one of Zuli's videos, she presents
Successfully lost.
Estelle, the
Welcome to my channel.
star boss, might have actually been a part of your fight
Hello, Lost.
with
What's
Radahn.
up?
This is because Estelle actually has a cut animation that shows them descending from the sky, covering this enormous amount of distance in the process, and crashing to the ground with the same fiery
Nice to
VFX
see you on the
that
off
Radahn
stream.
himself uses. And while the fiery VFX is missing from this descent, Zuli notes that the animation does include fire and sound effects, making the meteor comparison even more valid. So, imagine you've just defeated Radahn's first phase, and he disappears from the arena. Demigod defeated, right? The stars are free. Suddenly, a fiery meteor comes rushing towards you, narrowly misses, and then unfurls to reveal Estelle, phase 2 of Radahn's fight. The very thing that Radahn himself is holding back from the world. That's how I imagine playing out, at least. It would have really driven home the idea that Radahn was preventing these falling star beasts from making planetfall. And it's a really compelling theory as to why Radahn might have acted as the Star Scourge in the first place. Now, obviously it's cut content and it can't really be considered canon. I personally think that Radahn's motivations can really be more complex than just being limited to this defensive action, but perhaps this explains why the lore is so vague, almost as if the obvious explanation was removed from the game. But speaking of Radahn, so this character is the served as a commander in General Radahn's wars, and he has this very curious line of dialogue to Egypt, who was the blacksmith for the carrier royal family.
Strange fella, I knew. I find him. His swords were all made of stone, but not one of them decayed when faced with a scarlet rock.
We learn 3 fascinating things from this story. First, that E.G. carried royal blacksmith made weapons eventually came into contact with the scarlet rock. Second, we learn that not one of these weapons decayed. That's quite the achievement, as scarlet rot is an incredibly corrosive force. Even Millennia's knights needed to have their weapons consecrated in order to ward it off. The only downside of E.G.'s weapons is that apparently they were blunt as stone. It seems odd that they'd be used at all, but I guess we just have to take that quote at face value. What's very interesting here, though, is that next to E.G., we can actually see a greatsword, which is a weapon that you can actually loot for yourself, in Caelid suggesting that it might have been one of his weapons that made it all the way there. Not only that, but the greatsword is actually a recurring reference placed in many of From Software's games, and it's this homage to the greatsword that's wielded by Guts from Berserk, a weapon that is, and I quote, massive, thick, heavy and far too rough. It was much too big to be called a sword. Indeed, it was like a heap of raw iron. So, I wonder, are these greatswords what Jeremy is referring to when he talks about Aegis blunt weapons? Maybe. So, speaking of Berserk, a long time ago I commissioned this displate artwork from Francois Couteau, and it's a blend of Berserk's Band of the Hawk and Bloodborne's characters as well. But even if this isn't for you, I have a whole store filled with designs that are just like this one, except they're inspired by Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, everything. Not to mention, you can actually get official Elden Ring and Dark Souls designs over on this one as well. And for a very limited time, they're all 24% off. 34% off, actually, if you buy more than two. Displates can bring a ton of character to your room. They're easy to hang. They have these non-stick pads and wall magnets that won't damage your walls. So, if you're interested, please click the link in the description and consider buying more than two prints for 34% off. Special thanks to Displate for sponsoring this video, but let's get back to it. For number 6, the Leonia maps all read as follows. The majority of Leonia, known for its vast forests and ever-present fog, is sinking. But why is it sinking into the lake? The map says that it was known for its vast forests and ever-present fog, but it doesn't say that it was known for its marshes or swampland, so surely it wasn't always like this. What's more, did the Order of Raya Lucaria, with all of their collective intellect, really think to build their academy and surrounding town on a swamp? Is it possible they were that short-sighted? I don't think so. And as for why the land was sinking, I feel like there might be two options. Either this environmental change could have been sudden and caused by the shattering, with water maybe spewing down from the north from the Altus Plateau, or maybe the place was always watery, but perhaps something else has caused the land to soften from below. So take a look at your map and you'll notice that the Lake of Rot is actually directly below Leonia. What's more, if you look up from the Lake of Rot, you can actually see a giant glintstone crystal peeking through the roof, which I think confirms that From Software did in fact consider the upper and lower alignment of these two places. The Academy relies upon this glintstone that they built their entire academy on top of, so in order to claim it, maybe they simply looked past the land's poor foundations or something like that. But anyway, the Lake of Rot is seething, it's constantly steaming and filling the air with its pollution, so I feel like it's a fair theory to think that this could have slowly eroded the land above over time, causing Leonia to maybe sink into the lake. Special thanks to Quailag, linked in the description, for bringing this up to me ages ago. But what do you think? Speaking of environmental analysis, 2 months ago, someone on Reddit discovered these reliefs etched onto pillars at Miquella's Halig tree. They then attempted to extrapolate meaning from them. Fair enough. The floral design at the lower end, they claimed, depicted Melania's first, second, and third blooms, from which the Rot goddess emerged. Continuing up, we see an enclosed tower, supposedly representing sublime slumber, enjoyed by Miquella, who is in the womb, able to emerge in this elder state, having quelled the curse of eternal childhood. So, this post received over 2,000 upvotes, and a lot of people clearly took a liking to the theory, until someone pointed out that these pillars are also found in Path of Exile, a different game. Meaning that Path of Exile and Elden Ring clearly exist within the same universe, or that From Software bought this asset from a public asset library in order to save time and money. Yeah, no, it's probably that second one, actually. I like that someone in the comments claims that this situation came about because of apophenia, which was a good word to learn, because it is a word that refers to the tendency to perceive a connection or meaningful pattern between unrelated or random things. And it's so easy to be guilty of this when analysing From Software's lore. You'll come up with a theory, and before long, you're looking for any evidence that proves your theory and strokes your ego, rather than looking at all of the evidence objectively as you should. It reminds me of this video I made a while back where I argued that all of the Soulsborne games were canonically connected to each other, as in all their stories bled into one another and told one big story. And in that video, I was really clear that that video was just for fun. And I was very clear that I was purposefully cherry-picking arguments in order to support my theories. And yet, still, a lot of people in the comments bought into the idea and started to actually believe that the games were connected. So that video now serves as a very good example, a warning that it is very easy to be misled by someone if they're speaking with confidence on a topic that you are not completely familiar with. Anyway, back to the beliefs. I'm not saying that all architectural analysis of Elden Ring is invalid. It's not. A lot of Elden Ring's architecture is probably handcrafted with intent, and you could even argue that the public assets that From Software do use were chosen because they align perfectly with Elden Ring's lore. But I do think it's naive to think that every single thing in From Software's games are handcrafted with intent, and I do think it's important to remember how easy it is to be misled. Speaking of which, this next secret also deserves a healthy dose of skepticism. So, as they were fighting Godric, user JackNewbie555 noticed that while Godric's right leg is a mess of flesh, his left leg is armored, and it's this left leg that Godric uses to summon storm winds for his attacks. Most importantly, they argue that this leg looks suspiciously similar to Commander Nile, someone who summoned storms with a stamp of their foot as well. So, how likely is it really that Godric took Nile's leg and bolted it onto his own body? Well, unlike the previous secret, I actually think this one has a lot of merit. Let me explain. So, Commander Nile is a veteran general of Sol, a lone survivor who
Baby
commanded
Lily,
spirits to defend
welcome
his
to my channel.
last master. But apart from that description, we actually know very little about him and his allegiances, and the same goes for Commander O'Neill, who is another veteran boss of similar design. But what's relevant to us here is Nile's prosthetic leg, and its description, which reads, bladed prosthetic leg enwreathed with the power of lightning. Commander Nile, veteran of Castle Sol, offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. As I was reading this, something immediately stuck out to me. Why does it say that Nile offered this prosthesis? That doesn't make sense. How could he have offered up a prosthetic leg that he actually uses in his fight? So I went to our trusty translator, Loki, who reveals that the Japanese text actually just says that leg, meaning the true description is probably more like Commander Nile offered his leg in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. Godric and Godefroy too, for that matter, are the only major players in Elden Ring that I can think of who would actually be happy to receive the offering of a leg as payment for something, and Nile and O'Neill are both missing legs, which could explain both Godric and Godefroy's possession of them. So I think it's a great theory. There could easily have been a situation where Godric or Godefroy held Nile's knights prisoner, leading to the offering of a powerful limb in exchange for their safe return. The best counter-evidence to this theory, though, is that Godric and Godefroy are actually using right legs as left legs here. But, as pointed out by some others in the comments, this probably wasn't a deal-breaker for Godfrey or Godefroy. And at the very least, if you don't like this theory, I think that this could easily be the leg of any banished knight as well, who were a class of warriors who mastered storms and who could have passed that mastery over to the grafted. Of all the characters in Elden Ring, Roderica is the one who was the most personally affected by the grafting, for she ventured to the lands between from across the sea only to barely escape with her own life.
Everyone's been grafted? Everyone who came with me? They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken, even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider.
According to her Crimson Hood, Roderica is expatriated royalty from another land and received this cloak as a gift, which made it somewhat easier for her to be sent on her way. She can be seen wearing it in your first few encounters with her, but she soon takes it off. Why is that? Well, a great lore creator, Miss Chalice, proposes that this moment marks the point where Roderica puts aside her past and starts to carve a different path for herself. She puts aside the red hood that marked her as royalty to be protected and takes her future into her own hands, becoming a spirit tuner at the Round Table Hold instead. I love this theory. For more insights like this, be sure to check out Chalice's content on YouTube or TikTok. I've been meaning to shout her out for a while. Another creator I want to shout out again is Leviathan, who points out that Arena is actually capable of casting rejection. I had no idea. Leviathan argues that this is the single weakest attack in the entirety of Elden Ring. And you should check out his video on the topic because this is actually a part of a longer video where he finds out if this weakest attack is capable of one-shotting you. Go to his video in the description to discover if that is indeed possible. Number 11 comes to us from user TypicalPainter7052, who discovered that it's actually possible to use Marika's Mischief in order to fool the Eye of Madness in Leonia and evade detection. I mean, it might take you a while to get past it, but good to know, I guess. These videos have always been just a great way for me to tell you about all of the disparate things in the world of Elden Ring that I couldn't otherwise fit into other videos. And only recently I realized that there's actually a character in the game that might just hate this idea of teaching and learning, and that's Elima of the Briar. We've talked a lot about Elima before, and already uncovered a lot of his lore. He hails from the land of Eocade, which is a land of proudly solitary ascetics, and he was sentenced to death for the crime of murdering numerous instructors and merchants. But what's always bothered me about his story is...
I wonder.
Heartless Heart. Welcome to my channel.
Where have I seen that name? Oh yeah, you're one of the people that streams Hunt Showdown. It's kind of a bad tag, but I think I summed it really nice. Hello, gentlemen. Hello. Should I just extract? I'm not really interested into getting the bounty. Maybe 50 blood bonds or, you know. It's not uncommon to find the 50 blood bonds since the last nerf of economy. Well, you really found the gate are next to the exit. Very impressive. Oh man. Not much. Kill 5s with fire damage. Kill 5s with fire damage. I guess I could do that. Almost no drop. The fuck was the easiest shit ever. Oh, he went for other boss. It's nice. Panning. Ba 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 bum. Oh, trust me, there is not much of a gameplay, like a PvP gameplay here. I'm just looking for a cache, you know, for all my lazy reasons. And I guess I'm gonna try to get the bounty, the fucking token. The gunrunner token. And, you know, just try to extract, head for the extraction. If I see a gun, pick it up, then that's it. Simple, man. Wow. Good one. Thanks. Thanks. Oh. Well, if I get an antidote shot or a stun shot, it's insta use and I go back to the beetle also. Explosions. Wow. That's not the Archbishop, there is the other one, right? Yeah, I'm correct. Head into the light. Thanks. Wait, who stole the watchtower?
Why he wanted to kill these instructors and merchants. Why does he make such a spectacle of collecting their bell bearings and depriving you of their items and their teachings? Well, finally I think I might have an answer. So the Briar Great Shield makes it clear that Elima originates from Eokide, which again is a land of proudly solitary ascetics. To be ascetic is to deprive oneself of all forms of indulgence. It's synonymous with living a solitary life. So what if Elima looks down upon merchants and instructors, people who share items and knowledge, because he thinks the world would be better off without them? He is a proud ascetic, after all, so maybe he's projecting that asceticism upon the world by depriving everyone else of their items and their teachings, which he looks down upon, forcing everyone to rely on themselves and nothing else. I would never call this theory absolute fact, but I think it might just be the best explanation we have in the absence of any other. Number 13. In Roundtable Hold, there are paintings of many important characters, like Radigan, which can be found here. But did you notice that he's actually T-posing in this painting? Down here are his hands, and while they look a bit off because you literally can't see any of his arm, I guess it's to show that his arms are absolutely straight out to the sides. And this is important to his character, because Radigan was a very prominent Golden Order fundamentalist, and this portrait makes it clear that no one does the fundamentalist pose better than him. The gesture for Golden Order totality can be done manually.
Yeah, that's enough of Henshaw then.
If you discover it during Goldmask's questline, and it will also be performed whenever you cast incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, many of which help you to kill those associated with death, like the Deathbirds, which is really just an excuse for me to segue into my next secret, which revolves around the Mausoleum Knights, soldiers with wing-shaped ornaments on their backs to evoke the Deathbirds, a so-called self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters in death. But did you know that this piece of armor actually has a bloodstain running down its back? This is an amazing detail that references the fact that these knights were beheaded. Credit to user Shadowbreaks, who pointed this out a long time ago. For the final secret, let's return to Caelid and Melania, partly because I need an excuse to shout out this incredible piece of character art created by Maureen Greyra. This was inspired by a section in my recent lore video on Melania, where I speculated that she might have a rebirth to come, even after the player defeats her in-game. And since the Rot God has a supposed connection to a great scorpion, Maureen speculates that this could be the result. But what I really want to point out here was that in that lore video, you guys actually noticed a piece of cut Melania dialogue that I missed.
Is this my first defeat? Bravely fought, sir. But remember, one day the scarlet bloom will flower again.
This reads similarly to Rykard's line, where he proclaims after the fight that a serpent never dies. So, while of course we can't be certain about how this cut dialogue was originally planned to be used, it does seem to be another piece of evidence that indicates Melania might rise again. But other than recommending that Caelid lore video again, I think that's all I...
You! Perhaps you can settle this. Horses or camels?
Have 3 eyelids to keep out the sun. Horses.
gonna fuck you up so hard. Christ Lord Almighty. Disable Windows widgets. Let me see this. Right click on the taskbar, choose taskbar settings. Slide toggle to widgets on off. They're off. Administrative templates. Add. Oh, there you go. Computer configuration. Administrative templates. Windows components, widgets. Get the fuck out. Problem solved.
I have to say for now. Be sure to check out all the links in the description because they will point you towards talented creators. And
fuck you. Fuck your widgets. Fucking hell. Painless hearts. Painless hearts. What's that? Sounds familiar. Yeah, more sugar. More than less.
Mercenaries with a silly name, sniffing after coin.
They saved my cousin's life. She's worthless.
Can't argue with that.
Let me guess. Just passing through. Oh, yes. I'll never be married.
Please, help an injured man repay a debt. Bandits mugged me, crushed my knee. I would have died if the iron walls hadn't stepped in. One named Asifa carried me here. She gave me my life. I want to give her this amulet in return. Ah, a paltry repayment, but it's all I have. She'll be back at their camp, west of Chaldeum.
Last night I dreamed that the sandstone came and buried us here. If only. Behold, the armpit of the desert. Our families came from Alcarnus years ago after that city went to hell. They camped here by the crossroads, set up trade. It's been a struggle ever since. War in the steppes, bandits in the south, and Caldium has closed its golden gates. The few customers we get usually want the guide to take them to safety. Akarat knows where that is.
Safety in numbers.
That's a fine costume. The desert sun is going to love you.
Yeah. It's not the sun that I'm scared of.
Meant no offense. You look like you know how to handle yourself. I could use your assistance.
I was adventurer like you once.
For a living, until those pigs-born bandits came. They slaughtered us, took everything. I barely made it out alive. By now, they've got the lockbox with all our wages in it. Good thing I took the key. If you can bring me the box.
One, two, three. And wow. One, two, three. So, 1, 2, 5. There is one there. There is one here. Okay.
If you've completed Fallout New Vegas for the 100th time, you're gonna want to freshen up your experience with new modded content for your next playthrough. Unfortunately, the majority of mods add in content that oftentimes feels out of place and doesn't quite fit in the vanilla game, whether it be companions, weapons, or armor. So in this video, I'm gonna show you over a dozen mods of top-notch quality, weapons of aesthetic cohesiveness, companions voiced by professionals,
Hell yeah, I'm all in.
and so much more. All of the content fits seamlessly within New Vegas. Gentlemen, welcome back to Modders Got Talent, and without further ado, let's start the show. In this episode, I'm joined by a man that shows the utmost of professionalism when it comes to crafting mods.
Hello everyone, MC Tamer here, extremely honored and excited to be taking part in the Modders Got Talent series. I'm going to be giving you some commentary on a selection of my work that Mutant Mods has chosen to showcase, as well as doing a Q&A session at the end where I talk shit about various people, so you're not going to want to miss that.
Have you ever thought to yourself, man, New Vegas sure is lacking in the weapons department?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
No? Well, here's a mod that adds over 200 brand new instruments of destruction anyway. Because we all know that more gun equals more fun. Murder. It equals more murder. Which is fun. Tamer's Nif-Bashed Weapons Mega Pack consists of 200 weapons in a single file that amounts to only double-digit megabytes in size. How? Well, MC Tamer's philosophy for modding is to utilize as little outside resources as possible and to mainly use in-game assets. With this approach, all his creations would have a lore-friendly aesthetic. Tamer also shows the same level of care when it comes to implementing his creations into the game. The weapons were all injected into the appropriate leveled lists via script. There are optional vendors that'll have all the new guns in stock as well, one of which is Vlad. He's been fully voiced by MC Tamer himself.
I am Vlad. I sell guns.
And he's got something to say about all the firearms in the pack.
Is hold 6 grenades in a revolving drum, like cowboy guns from hell.
Right outside by the door, there's an ammo vending machine, and within the shop, there'll also be a firing range for you to test out your latest purchases. Some are inspired by real-life pieces, and some
Welcome
others
to my
are
channel.
completely unique ideas. Here are the ones that caught my eye. The Personal Defense Carbine is your best choice if you have an excess of 5mm rounds.
Anyone who isn't familiar with firearms might be surprised to learn that this is based on a real gun, the AR-57. It's a module that can be attached to any AR-15 rifle to convert it to fire the 5.7 by 28mm cartridge using the magazine from a P90 submachine gun.
While Tamer doesn't include animations for the weapons himself, you can still use the F&V clean animations, which will work very well for this SMG. The mini machine pistol is a .45 ACP bullet hose that shreds anything at the other end of the barrel, death claws included.
I love cheesy 80s action movies, and no gun screams cheesy 80s action more than the stamped sheet metal machine pistol. Whether it's an Uzi or a MAC-10, they were everywhere in movies back in the 80s, and it was radical.
Careful where you aim this thing, it has quite the kickback if you're using a recoil mod. The compact polymer carbine is inspired by the H&K G36C in the real world. Growing up, this was my favorite assault rifle to use in Call of Duty 4.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear.
Tactical nuke incoming!
I think it fits just right in Fallout, but I could be blinded by nostalgia. The Trench Raid machine gun is what you'd get when the Lewis LMG breeds the Fallout 4 assault rifle. The shock knuckles are just like the brass knuckles, but instead of going pow, they go. The rocket-propelled chainsaw is exactly what it sounds like, and it's brilliant.
Old memes are usually pretty cringeworthy, but in this case, I just wanted to see if I could make it work in the game like it does in the meme.
The Quantum Displacer is a sci-fi grappling hook of sorts that'll allow you to access areas you couldn't before, like rooftops and billboards.
This is basically just a ripoff of the Blink ability from the Dishonored series. Hands down, the coolest ability and the one I always end up using the most.
Oh, and you can also telefrag NPCs with this thing. The Singularity Cannon spits out a black hole that swallows anything that comes near it.
The Saints Row series, prior to the reboot, is one of my favorites, and I think it was Saints Row 4 that had a similar black hole launcher.
You can acquire it and other sci-fi weapons from Dr. Quarton's vendor.
If you must know, my name is Quarton. Dr. Quarton. I'm a scientist, not a sellout. You think I would turn over my life's work for a measly handful of caps?
The Shrink Ray reduces an NPC's size with each consecutive hit.
Oh, it's on now. Oh, it's on now. Oh, it's on now. Oh, it's on now.
The Shrink Ray is a staple of science fiction, and even just the idea of it evokes the retro 50s sci-fi feel that Fallout is best known for.
The Doppelganger grenade projects a holographic decoy to distract your target.
You'll think this is the real Quaid. It is.
The Psychic Pistol is a gun that you can only acquire if you have Wild Wasteland as a trait.
It might surprise you to learn that despite my modding hobby, I'm not actually very good at video games, and I don't consider myself a gamer. When I first got into 3D Fallout, I was really frustrated by having my stuff taken away all the time.
I'm gonna have to ask you to hand over any weapons you might be carrying.
And I thought, man, if I could just shoot people with a finger gun, that would be a lot easier. Fast forward a few years, and I managed to make it a reality.
The Gob Clogger.
This mod was inspired by a thought I had about what would happen if you loaded a plunger into a compressed air spear gun.
What in the goddamn?
The Piranha Acid Launcher.
This mod was inspired by the film Mars Attacks, where the Martian guns would disintegrate people, leaving behind only a skeleton. I came up with the effect first, then designed a weapon around it. And I like how it kinda looks like a Super Soaker.
The Ghetto Blaster fires disco.
The Saints Row series had the dubstep gun, but dubstep as a genre had a very short shelf life. It went from being the cool new thing to punchline to annoying really quickly. Disco, on the other hand, has been corny and silly ever since it emerged.
This weapon forces NPCs within the vicinity to dance and collapse with exhaustion.
That person would always try to one-up other people's stories.
The Emotional Support Weapon is a great showcase of MC Tamer's sense of humor and creativity.
That person never covered their mouth when coughing or sneezing.
This gun consoles you by explaining why each target you take down deserves to die.
That person would often ask to speak to the manager.
I really like wordplay, and I made myself chuckle by combining the idea of an emotional support animal with a light support weapon. Then I started to think about what that would actually mean if it were a real thing, and this gun is the result.
This one is hilarious, and it reminds me a lot of how the Stealth Suit Mark II from Old World Blues works.
Starting combat. Just kidding.
The Rocket Fist wasn't released by Tamer, but I thought it was way too cool for me to look past it.
I think giant fighting robots are really cool, and one of the staple weapons of the genre is the Flying Rocket Punch. Unfortunately, this plugin causes my game to crash to desktop for some reason, so until I can figure out why, this mod has never been released.
It does exactly what its name suggests. And finally, the Swarm is a mine that crawls up to your target like a spider and blows up in their face.
I am Reginald Fordham Smythe. Welcome to Capital Onwards.
The mod also comes with a vendor for the Capital Wasteland in case you're using TTW. After the showcase, I know what you're thinking. Tamer is a genius weaponsmith. However, not only is he good at making weapon mods, but he's also got an artistic eye when it comes to outfits. In a world of immersion-breaking armor mods and sexy farts.
Ew! Dude! What the f?
Tamer's Nif-Bashed Armor Mega Pack provides us with 46 outfits and 25 accessories that are all lore-friendly. Some were added to appropriate leveled lists, while others are only obtainable by installing the optional vendors.
Well, now, I reckon I'd know a badass when I see one, and hell if I ain't looking at one right now.
Let's take a closer look at some of these armors. The Vault Boy mascot mask. Tamer stated, there is no way a company like Vault-Tec wouldn't employ actors to dress up as their most popular character to attend publicity events. And I agree. This also reminds me of players being able to put on the Spacer's Choice mascot mask in the Outer Worlds. The Death Angel power armor is aesthetically close to the Warhammer 40k power armors, but still seemingly fits within Fallout New Vegas.
I've never played Warhammer, and frankly I think heroin would be a cheaper hobby in the long run. But I always found the design of the various Space Marine armors kind of cool, so that's the look I was going for here. The name is also the most grimdark one I could think of.
the Star Trooper armor.
Fallout, Deus Ex, and Mass Effect form the big three of my all-time favorite video game franchises. Knowing that, it shouldn't be too hard to spot the influence of the latter on this armor. But just between you and me, this armor owes more to Andromeda than it does to the original trilogy.
The Ronin armor.
I only buy games that have been discounted to $10 or less on Steam or GOG, so I still haven't played Cyberpunk 2077 yet, but the Johnny Silverhand outfit from the trailer looked really cool, so I decided to try and recreate it.
The Heartbreaker outfit.
Usually when I make an armor, I'll start with the male version first and then recreate it using the female parts. This...
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Šta se nije dešavalo? Nije se dešavalo da dok nešto igraš ili dok radiš nešto što je full screen, da ti izgubi fokus. Kad kažem izgubi fokus, znači da nešto ne pokreće se full screen.
Yep.
I jednostavno aplikacija samo kao da alt-tabuje i moraš da klikneš da alt-tabuješ nazad u igru, iako si još uvijek u prozoru, kapiraš? To ti je borderless full screen. I moraš da alt-tabuješ nazad. I onda sam googlao o tome, to ti radi Windows 11 onaj widget.
Odlično.
Moraš da isključiš, mislim ne moraš, ali ako ga isključiš, ono, imaš manje muke s tim. To je free savjet, ali ono, kako ko voli. Hello?
Savjet, pamtit ću ga.
Pamtit ću te cijelog života, pamtit ću te.
Ne.
Alo? Nenad Panjić. Jesi Nenade. Jesi Nenade Ciganko, imaš koliko reći 8000 $100 imaš ARL, ili?
Da.
Pa čovjek ne može tebe da traži stvarno da uzmeš Elden Ring ili Diablo. To je stvarno teško zaškivati.
Toliko mi peteklo.
Šta radiš ti? Kokain kupuješ, šta? Onako radoznao si. Znam da sam vulgaran i previše radoznao, ali imaš skupe navike.
Radi kokainu.
A ja sam mislio da Milan ima problem sa novcem.
Ja?
A gdje on?
Stranger.
Ovo?
Na tvoju nesreću, kaže Milan, nema problem s novcem.
To čeka kamion za otpad. Da budu tore. Šta dođe prvo?
Pa ima oni cigani.
Kogod dođe prvi može da nosi. Može i Milan Velada da nosi kući.
Čemu može se nositi?
Ima 8 kućišta u dvorištu. Ako ti treba na tovari i nosi.
Ne znam, je jako onu što listu znađe njima na naslon.
Šta s njom?
Pa onaj ili ja kako nema naslon. A mogu li uzeti kao od jedne kući. Razumiješ što priča?
Ili ja?
Onaj ram je jak, ali stranica nisam siguran. Ako hoćeš uzmi i seci šta ti trebaš.
Nemoj ti to izbačat, znači...
Ama to stoji tamo pa ti vidiš šta ćeš.
Pa ću ja ono da cigana mu prodam i...
Dobro. Ako kome treba, dođi nosi. Jedini koji sam ostavio to je od rođaka kućište. To je neki Phenom 2 sa nekim 1 TB hard diskom i nekom grafičkom. Phenom Venom, jes. Da, Venom onaj film, jes, sa Tom Hardyjem. To je najgori film koji sam gledao. Najgoru ulogu koju sam ga gledao čovjek. I Batman, i jebeni Mad Max. U Mad Maxu imao više karizme. Kad nije razumiješ morao ništa priča, samo ono kao pojava bio, razumiješ. Bronson isto minimalno čovjek, znači ono, bukvalno je samo odglumio dobro, a da je nešto tekst dobro čitao ili da je ono, ne, jednostavno, to je to. Možda bi čovjek trebao glumi nemi filmove, jer jednostavno, kad god sam gledao da čovjek mora da, alo, da, na zdravlje. mrtva trka koji ima mikrofon gori. Ja zapravo ne znam za moj mikrofon, ne mogu sam sebe da ocenim.
Šta fali?
Boris ima jedan dobar mikrofon, ali problem je što ima 4 mikrofona svuda po stanu, znaš, kao da radi za bio. Možda i radi za bio.
Pa i radi.
Vlada se pojavi bez energije čovjek, razumeš, i onda je dobro raspoložen, i onda razvaljuje, razumeš. Milan je generalno nenormalna osoba, ovi momci sa drugog Discorda, ovi tvoji fanovi, znaš, oni kažu da nije normalno kako imaš ovaj mikrofon.
Ko ja?
Ne, za Milana.
Nije to vratno mikrofon, to je njegov glas.
Da, znam. Onaj momak iz... Vaš, nije istina.
Onaj što je iz Hrvatske, ne znam Hrvatske.
Da, onaj... Ne znam, ni ne pitam ga ništa. Što se mene tiče, meni dođe kao dobra vežba da pričam nego.
Ja sam krenuo da napušavam ove... Moje su krenuli da se vataju na zamke. Koji su sami postavili. I ovaj kaže, hej, you are a snake fan.
A mora da te je čuo, ponekad gleda stream pa je možda čuo tvoj glas preko Discorda, znaš. Prepostavljam da je to u pitanju.
Jeli ga ti je, mnogo... Napuši se moga debelog kuca, te ustane.
Mislim, bar imaš neke fanove. Momci vole kako ređaš, Milane, mogu ti reći slobodno. Što se tiče gameplay, to je 0, ali kaže da ređaš za medalju. Kao da nisi normalan, ali bez onog kao.
Tvoj guru, tvoj guru neću, guru boss.
Guru. Hello. Ali redovno kad naiđem na party da ima 1 ili 2 sorcerera, obično im napišem, to je zadnja 2 dana, napišem im sorry for the nerf guys. Sjebali su im resistance i armor
Pita gdje je onaj lik što zavija, što kreši, što viče.
Da. Pa dobro, nisu znali kako. Rekao sam ja da se zove Milana. Si vidio ono, zato ste ja poslao klip, znaš, da njima prezentuje. To jest, tom liku, zato što je... Sjeća se on Milana, ali ja rekao, nisi čuo kako zaista čovjek ređa.
Volim ljudi koji za tebe.
Bićeš, što ima veze, jer i Dr. Disrespect poznat po tome što ređa kao, to je odrasto čovjek od 40-50 banke, razumeš, koji ima porodicu, ženu. I razumeš, čovjek vozi, što kaže Peđa, rentani Lamborghini, jel tako?
A jest?
Jest, i ono kao, glumi nekog idiota. I ljudi to kupuju.
Ljudi to pusaju.
Ovi naši ti isto, brate, rade, znaš?
Da?
Pa i baka prase što vozi onaj Lamborghini, šta više.
Influencer,
Da, zamisli da im nestane ta konekcija i da nema struje. Najbolji buga, brate. Ma kak...
Mislim, kao što rekao, možda budeš poznat kao Dr. Disrespect, kao ono klov.
Slušaj, znaš šta kaže, brate, Milan, kaže ima 20.000 evra, znaš, zarade, čuš. Ti si Milan stvarno, brate, nekom, ne znam kom svetu, brate.
Od čega da zaradiš
pare? Kakve reklame, ti si, Milane...
Delusional.
Illusion, brate, šta, on samo upali stream i da kao dobije od toga pare, sti lud. Prvo, on to što reklamira, oni njemu ne daju od brate, toga pare, nego ako neko kupi, pa onda dobije, već. Ja stvarno, znači, ne razumijem.
Si šokiran, no?
To tvoje razmišljanje. U čemu prvak, brate, kodu, jesi ti normalan? Kakav prvak? Kakve misije, već?
Sad ću ti reći, istine, kad je, razumeš, pre jedno 15, 20 ili 25 godina bio je stvarno dobar u Call of Duty-u. Ono, bio ali to su ono turniri, razumeš, tipa 1000 ljudi, znaš, u to vreme. Nije teško biti prvak, razumeš, kad igraš sa 1000 ljudi, jel tako? Malo je teško u ovo doba interneta kad, recimo, imaš igračku bazu, recimo 100.000 ljudi koji igraju Call of Duty, jel da? Malo je teško biti prvi, ali pre, recimo, 15-20 godina, kad nije toliko puno ljudi, nije imalo internet i nije moglo da igra.
To je verovatno, može i to.
Kad sam trenirao karate, svako selo jebeno, svaka opština imala je lokalnog prvaka u karateu, u nekom turniru, razumeš. To je kao neki mini regionalni turnir i odjednom si ti kao prvi kao u tome. Zato što nije popularno, što nema puno ljudi uopšte koji se takmiču s nama. Zato si prvi, razumeš. Ili drugi. A čim je nešto masovno popularno, čim je jača konkurencija, znači to je teško ostati na vrhu. I taj Delaney Rakte je ostala banda, razumeš, tih čitera. Da je taj Hunt Jole išta popularni, razumeš, potonuli bi od ljudi koji stvarno znaju da igraju.
Ne.
Halo, da, Milana?
1002 evra, čuješ ti ovo?
Kamioni, avioni...
Kaže, brate, Milan Rakte ima 1000 i nešto evra mjesečno.
Jeste, čovjek koji studira. Pa zašto ti dalje student jebeni?
Jo, ne mogu ovaj Milan...
Si ti bolesan čovjek?
On je baš u nekom tripu...
Da, ti i on se dopisujete, pa ti znaš njegovo...
Ovaj čovjek je show, bre.
Ti luženo.
Nema šta da mi kažeš debil. Sve što kažeš ti, to je meni prazno, brate.
Istine kažu... Slušaj, istine je da Vombus dobro zarađuje. Ne znam koliko je to dobro, ali kažu da dobro zarađuje od reklame i tih gluposti.
Kaki, to je od pregleda bilo, nema više, razumeš, to što je bilo. Zato što nema više.
Ko će to da gleda?
Taki, brate, to su ti lažne, brate, vesti. Ti opet se s tim lažnim, brate, vestima prime. Kaka je on. Milane, ja ću da prestanem s tobom da pričam, jel ti drugiš?
Operisan ili Diablo4, šta?
Operisan si od svega, brate.
U stranosti.
To se tako kaže.
Operisan je on je, brate, dete, brate. Nema šta ja da razmišljam normalno, brate, dovoljno mi ti da mi kažeš. Kako ti si izgubljen slučaj. Dobro, izvini, u pravu si, ti si pametan, da, ti ćeš tako isto, znaš...
Uspjeti u životu.
Jeste problem. Problem je to što se ti baviš, slušaj, ti se baviš, Milane, sa potrebno lošim informacijama. Imaš toliko slobodno vremena da ne znaš šta će, brate, ja ću da te mutiram nekim.
Kako ne znaš šta će?
To je istina, brate.
Da mutiram, staviš da ga mutiraš.
Slušaj, sačekaj me večeras kad budem išao na posao pa me opet slikaj. Ovog puta u noćnoj varijanti, znaš. I napiši ispod slike, evo ga Frost ide u rudnik da radi. Haha, robozog, haha. Eto ti ide. Jel' dobro?
Milan ne zna pozadinsku sliku svega toga, on samo što vidi. Brate, ti opet gledaš sajt neki. Jesi ti, i šta? To, brate, nisu firme ogromne, jesi ti normalno, to su i firme koje prave igrice, to su 15 ljudi koji prave, ti si, Milane, stvarno, nema veze koliko ima, to je sve buđano, brate. Jo, ne mogu da ga, brate, slušam, moj čovjek je postao genijalac, brate.
Use shock bomb, use shock bomb. Yeah, I killed him. But it's not for that team. It's probably solo.
Tako. Hello chat. Da, ovo definitivno radi. Do sad bi već 3 put alt-tabovom i frizovom. Znaš šta je pravi razlog zašto Crytek update-uje engine? Mislim, osim što su udarili plafon, što više ne mogu igru da zbuđe nikad. Što na konzolama radi odvratno. Neće niko na konzolama da igra.
Welcome to my channel. NMG da GA slazam on JE Toko Glub. Zenas Kalkol Judi Sto Giza Enjga. On SE Vodi Kao brand. Zato JE popularan.
A to je tačno. To je tačno.
Stao isključio.
Nekako se bi mutirao, nisam siguran zašto.
Znaš. Priča on, zamisli, priča on kako, šta vrati. On kao da je prošao to, kao da on zna, znaš.
Pa zna, dio ti
Evo je Milane da se vrate, lažemo, brate. Znaš ti koliko ljudi stoji iza njega rade, bre, da vrate njega. To Snake zna, znači rade mu banere, rade mu bilo šta.
Muziku.
Znači ti gledaš samo ono što ti je
u prvom planu.
Što ti je u prvom planu. To jeste tako. On znači ne gleda on uopšte
širu sliku. Sto te kažeš. Čitaš između redova, da?
Ne.
Da.
On opet hoće sa mnom da se, brate, sačekaj, brate, da dobro, ajde. Neću ni da ti završim, brate. Ti si... Pro.
Aj, reci, ja ću se tad.
Misli da mu je sve što mu je na internetu, a sutra dan da mu, vrate, nestane struja crku bio.
Pa ne bi mu radio repetitor.
Pa stvarno, on bi najviše bankrotirao, znaš. I to zanimanje koje Nenad radi i ovo što ja radim, to uvek možeš da funkcioniše. I to što ti radiš, što si radio kao, razumeš, administrativne poslove, to su odgovorni poslovi. Zato uvek treba, razumeš. A to što... Da, izvoli.
Ajde, nastaviti.
Ne. Završio si.
Svi ti ljudi žive u nekom svom svetu kao, a ono što su pregledali, to im boosta platforma tako, zato što su najpopularniji.
Dve červinske oluje nas se približavaju.
Dobar dan.
Neka, ako treba i...
Dule, šta ima?
Dule, si živ jer ti stigla tamo neka oluja.
Kod mene nije ništa stigla. Peđa, ti igraš Hunter?
Pa igram.
Hunter ili Hunter?
Kakav sam loš, ako me pitaš kakav sam loš.
Jel igraš
Dobar je
Faceit?
bio, laže bre.
Ne igram Faceit, ne igram.
Jel bi odigrao Faceit?
Ne.
Jedan turnir, 200 eura nagrada svakome.
Ne.
Eto ti način da zaradiš pare.
Jebi ga.
Thank you ti, jebi ga zovni neko drugo šta.
Milana, pitaj Milana, Milan zna da igra dobro Hunter. Ozbiljno, baš je pričao kako hoće da ode u profesionalci, jel tako Peđe, malo pre ne pričao o tome.
Ja bada sam u foni koji si nekad bio pa da prihvatim, ali...
Nema sablje tamo, toga jebe ja mislim.
Ima shotgun, jel da?
Ali nema sablje, kako će on bez sablje? Šta ako ostane bez shotguna? Znači neš Peđa, jebi ga.
Ja, tako ti staviš.
200.
Gdje to? Ko to?
Fali na njeda.
Ma ne, ko to pravi?
Hellcase.
nekakva, brate, kockarske sajtove.
Da, ništa. Aj, čujemo se.
Hvala Bogu. Zdravi.
Gde bre, to je jebote skam, brate. Baš u pičku. Hellcase, naš sajt onaj za...
A ja, za one kofere sa onim skinovima.
Da, Bog zna da li će da im brati daju te... I uopšte da li će pobednik igre na vrate kraj.
Kako da ne daju?
Daći im kofer sa skinovima i kao šansu da dobiješ skina, a šansa 0%. Kao kad ne dobiješ platu, nego dobiješ kupone da kupiš hranu u firme ili prodavnici. I onda ti prodaju robu koja je istekao.
Tačno.
To ne sve da se radi.
Nije kao da sam radio u firmi koja je imala takvu praksu, znaš.
A da, ovo tvoja.
Ona topovska klanica, da.
U suštini mi sve što je mjesec dana pred isteka roka mi moramo da vratimo.
A dobro, sad ja preuličavam, ali...
Zavedeno nam je sad danas svemo da imamo nijednu kesicu bilo od čega što isteklo.
Vrlo rigorozno, ja sam impresioniran.
Imaju 30% plata.
O. Čega 30%?
Ovo bio 40% plata.
Ja nisam gledao, pošto mi je mobilna aplikacija ne radi kako treba, koliko sam dobio platu, ali kažu kolege da su dobili manje nego prethodni mjesec.
I mislim. Svi, cijela firma. Cijela firma.
Takva ruka, da kažemo tako.
Svi smo dobili po 2800 nešto vremena.
Mamu liti jebem bezobrazno u tom govnetu koji bacaš.
Način, fizikalci.
Govedo. Hello? Auuu, šta bi sad? Ovoliko lako je u Blizzardovi serveri. Toliko sam brzo ubio bossa da igri trebalo još 3 sekundi da registrira da sam završio. Ubrale. Hello darkness, my old friend. Kao što sam ti rekao, Nenad, da ne volim igre kao što je Path of Exile. U Path of Exile takav osjećaj imam da je vrlo lako sjebat se i
welcome to my channel.
Uzeti pogrešan build ili pogrešne iteme, razumiješ? Ili gurati pogrešan resist ili investirati poene u skill koji je ono tropa ili ne valja kurc, ne radi na poslu ili je zabagovan. A onaj koji smo ja i ti igrali Last Epoch i čak i ovaj Diablo4, razumeš, imam osjećaj da bukvalno ako čitaš može svaki skill da provališ kako radi i šta se skalira na šta. Da. Zato ne kapiram kad ljudi gledaju online gajdove, razumeš, za taj item treba za taj build da bi to radio. Meni je to vrlo jednostavno. Igraš igru...
Samo malo treba da potrebiš mozak.
Pa da, znaš, pismenim ljudima je dovoljno da pročitaju. Ali izgleda da je dosta igrača nepismeno, ne bi da vređam, ali...
Sad ću ti gaš zbog čega, zato što mlađa populacija hoće sad i odmah.
Nema vremena, nema se vremena.
Tako je nešto, nema se vremena.
A si šavaj Milan, jedan više meni Makić.
Nisam, boli me kurac što je
Gdje je
Milan
Janko
radio.
na slik,
Ne
samo
kažem,
tako.
kažem. Šta je bilo?
Gdje je Janko na slik, samo tako.
A da, Makić je, poslušaj Peđe, iako ne igraš Hunt više i to, Direnkovo je ekipu u 3 zvezdice.
Da.
A znaš kako se direnkuješ tako brzo? Kad te ubije ekipa koja je niži rank od tebe, ako ste vi 4, 5 onih star rank, a ovi što te ubiju su 2 ili 3. Ako te oni ubiju, padaš dosta pojena dole. Tipa 100-200 tih pojena padaš dole, padaš u njihov rank, a oni idu gore. I Milan je uspeo, ne znam, vjerojatno ste se revivovali par puta u toku meča, moja pretpostavka, ali? Halo?
Ma lik se zaletao preko konudi. I mi mu kažemo nemoj, ma on se da, čo hoću, čo kasnite. Uvijek upanem u sandvič sa njim, uvijek.
Pa ne upadnete u sandvič, nego...
Sa 3 ekipe sam se bio na Rogue. Sa 3 jebene ekipe.
Ne postoji demokratija u vašoj ekipi, postoji samo njegova, da kažemo reč.
7 čovjeka sam ubio.
7 čoveci.
I kad sam ubio i teka nisam imao više da se skillam.
A što se čini?
Gdje je ovdje invite to trade? Sad ću nekoga da uvatimo na iznenađenje.
I must wait a moment.
Ovo je nekromancer, oni me ne interesuju.
Viš ti kako Milan car, brate. Gleda, ovo, ono, brate. Pa ja znam ortaka iz, brate, Srbije što je bio radio na Twitchu da, brate, promovišao Pokemon, onu nebitno streamerku. I, znaš, nije to da ona... Da, nebitno, nije ona to da ona uspela sama, nego ljudi je tu, znaš, ljudi koji rade, bre, za nju, bre. To ti je to. Tako snovi?
Da.
Gledaj. Znaš, da bi to bilo normalno, ti bi na primjer imao 1.000.000 pregleda i, vrate, 1.000.000 viewera. Ne, postoje, vrate, vodi ko kako radi, šta. I s kim ugovori i koliko botuju. Realno gledano tako.
Da.
To jest tako. I znaš šta je poenta, nemoguće da neko brzo dođe i onda uspe ono odjedanput, ne, to neko stoji iza toga svega.
Treba ih volim, ne? Pa treba ti novo da učiš. Treba ti novo da učiš za reklame, za ovo, za ono.
Pa to ti kažem, a on, brate, misli kao on ima miliona, ono... Kaki, bre.
Lažna slika.
Svi ti koji se budže i to sve, oni najmanje pare imaju, veruj mi. To i jest tako.
Wait a moment. must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
Tamam.
Znam.
Ovo je već informacija prava.
Znam, na 25.
Tako, ovamo ideš prema zapadu pa sad Rusi.
Šta? Prvo, neće žito da skoči zbog toga, nego zato što je... Nije zbog toga. Zato što je podbacio u Italiji i u Španiji je podbacio totalno. A ti misliš da Ukrajina izvozio nekim bitnim državama? Izvozio tamo po Saharskoj Africi i države. Ko je be?
To je Milan proruski agent opet. A idi više na taj front da te ne gledam. Idi, bori se. Samo naoštri dobro sablju.
Bori se, frende.
Ponesi dvocevku i sablju. Bi li ti smeo njemu da daš na frontu da nosi kalašnjikov? Od straha da mu bije nekog iz vaše ekipe. A ne.
Trenutno zavisi, a ako je ispod 40 hektolitra od 15 do 18 dinara. Zavisi gdje ne ideš. Ako je iznad... Ne. Ako je ispod 70 hektolitra... Šta je, jasno?
Ajde, objasni.
Samo vlaga. Ajde ovako, ću da ti dam 10 kila, da mi istresiraš i da mi primesu vratiš. Pa bože moj, istresi primesu vrati mi primesu ako toliko smeta. Ja ću na rani sinji sam.
Damage on skill slow enemies for 5 seconds.
Znam. Kod mene primese nisu ni bio, uopšte. Uopšte kojom nije bio. Šta?
Mi skuzis.
Pa eto ti kažem, uzmi i daj mi tu primesu. To slavljeno zeno prepustite kasitu i dajte mi. Čurajane svinje se ne moram odbijati. Dajte mi.
Ne moraš da platiš ili ti bi žebe, ja? Kako će Milan da zaradi?
Wait a moment.
Po Jusu ti je 76 hektolitra.
Jedik, Jus. To je stari standard.
Srbs ne postoji.
Kako ne postoji?
To ne postoji, evo ti.
A Montes...
Ne postoji Srbs! Šta lupaš? Si ti normalan?
Hasa postoji ako baš hoćeš. A Hasap je nešto drugo.
Nađi skraćenicu, molim ti, nađi tu skraćenicu.
Srb, znam.
Lebati.
Jesi čuo za skraćenicu čelik, Nenad? To ti sistem koji koristi Ministarstvo unutrašnjih poslova. Jesi čuo za čelik?
Nisam.
Čelik ti je čitač elektronskih identifikacijnih kartica. Čelik. A što naša vlada izmisli, niko ne izmisli, znaš. Kako znam? Zato što sam radio za jedno knjigovođu s tim softverom. Sa starom verzijom programa i s novom. Jedna radi za određenu vrstu, za čipovane kartice elektronske, a druga ne radi.
Jedna bez.
Da, glupost. Eto, vidi. I imaš ove verzije programa na sajtu Ministarstva unutrašnjih poslova sa sve driverima. Bullshit. Kad izmisle nešto pa onda sami sebe
Nije Srbs onda. Ona nije Srbs. Pošalji da vidimo.
Srbs, a? To neka stranka, šta je to?
This outfit was the opposite. The female version was inspired by the outfit worn by Mila Jovovich's character in the first Resident Evil movie, and serves as an excellent example of one of my cool outfits from mediocre movies series.
Nemoj da vičeš pucati glas.
Ne, viči. Viči, bre! Viči, bre! Hoćemo dramu ovde. Svi znaju da nisi normalan.
Ja, moje veliko ja.
Svaka rečenica počinje i završava se na ja kod njega, znaš.
Is hardcore mode too easy for you? Do you wish for a greater purpose or meaning to your wasteland existence? If you answered yes to both of these questions, then I've got just what you need. A Tribe of Two is a very unique companion mod that lets you take a baby girl under your wing. You'll have to make sure she stays safe and fed, in addition to managing your own needs as well. If you're using Tale of Two Wastelands, upon traveling from the capital to the Mojave, she'll grow up and turn into a companion because the events of Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 are 4 years apart. You can find the infant child at a raider camp near Duke. As you approach the camp and fight off the human scum, you'll actually be able to hear the baby cry.
You were the answer to my prayers. Oh, you're gonna pay for that.
Which made the situation more dramatic. When the smoke clears, you'll have 3 options regarding what to do with the baby. Walk away, put her out of her misery, eat her, or take her with you. Upon kidnapping the baby, she'll begin to cry, non-stop. How do we fix this? Put her out of her misery. You either feed it, sing to it, or tend to her needs in general using an item called the Baby Status Checker, which will be placed in your weapons inventory upon picking her up. Some of the new items like baby food and ramen milk can be bought off vendors, but certain items like the baby earplugs and radiation suit must be crafted by the player. Oh, and you can now milk ramen to feed the baby. You can breastfeed the baby if you're playing the female character as well. That's attention to detail right there. If you happen to find yourself to be an irresponsible parent, you could also hand the baby over to a companion. But if you can handle taking care of her, this will add so much more purpose behind every encounter in the game. Heading over to the Super Duper Mart for some quick loot, sneaking will be a difficult approach because if the baby starts crying, the raiders will be able to hear it and detect you. You'll feel the pressure and responsibility of having to protect the child. You're no longer just fighting to survive, you're also fighting to help create a better future for your baby.
I was inspired to make this mod after watching the first season of The Mandalorian, and I called it a Tribe of Two because its initials spell tot, which is another word for a small child. I really like wordplay.
Unfortunately, Scout doesn't come with any voice acting, but Jessica does.
I don't think I've seen you around here before.
The making of Jessica was the first time I ever had to find someone to voice a character in my mods. Up until this point, I'd always done it myself, but obviously in this case, that wasn't realistic. I was extremely lucky to find a wonderful actress named Julianne Meany, and I don't think it's hyperbole to say that the mod would not be what it is without her.
Jessica is different from other companions for New Vegas, but you can say that about all of Tamer's companion mods because they all use the customizable companions framework. This framework allows companions to level up, enhancing their skills and gaining perks in the process. And it's up to you to decide what areas you'd like your companions to improve upon. You can get them strong enough to kick down doors for you, increase their agility to make them faster and more efficient during combat, and teach them how to repair your equipment for you. And with a higher barter skill, they will grant you a 10% discount when trading. Those were only some examples of the customizable aspect of Tamer's companion. Let's get back to Jessica. From your brief conversation with her, you learned that she's a fun and adventurous person.
No, I'm one that's got rotten luck that he literally lost the shirt off his back.
But she spent her entire life living in the vault. Convincing her to roam the desert wasteland with you might prove difficult.
Hell yeah, I'm all in. It's on all the best loot.
Loot goblin. For someone who hasn't been out in the wastes before, you'd think she'd be terrified.
Tag, you're
nearly to a complete halt. Cannot get the workers.
Ali mora ima 76 hektoliter.
Yet the trade commission still demands their work. I long for the days of my father's campaign, and the commission did the bidding of the people instead of the other way round. The lost is straight up to do. I haven't seen daylight in more days than I care to count. Sometimes it feels like this mine may become my grave.
Fighter.
But she's sarcastic all the time, and doesn't mind you using her as bait. Fletcher, on the other hand, isn't one to be used as bait. As far as he's concerned, everyone else is bait besides him.
Chew on this.
Fletcher isn't as easy to recruit as Jessica is either. His companionship is quite hostile.
Hasn't kept us on. I don't get paid on time. I will. Clear?
He is worth the cost, as he carries an LMG and can take out a raider camp all on his own.
One little detail about Fletcher that I'm not sure how many people noticed is that when he dies, he drops a Nero servo, implying that he might be a synth. If I had my way, live-action Fletcher would absolutely be played by none other than Idris Elba.
However, if you'd like a more affordable companion that can still kick ass, unlike Fletcher, the half-man, half-machine, PAL 8000 is all machine and will obey your every command.
This unit is ready to deploy.
To acquire this Assaultron-like companion, head to this abandoned factory warehouse near the Basin Creek building. Inside, you'll find the android, but it's in an unfinished state. You'll have to gather parts to activate it. And unlike any other companion, when the PAL 8000 collapses in combat, you'll have to go back to the factory and rebuild it from the ground up using his processor core.
Most people think PAL's name is just a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey, and the 8000 part certainly is. But the PAL part is actually a reference to a character in the underrated 2001 RPG Anachronauts, made by Ion Storm.
These companion mobs are a great example of how Tamer seamlessly injects his creations into the games in a more friendly way. Take Fletcher, for example. When you ask about his robotic arm, run with back east.
Is this outfit? They set me up proper. I asked for this. Why turn down the opportunity to become something more than human?
And of course, he's referring to the Institute. Jessica doesn't just so happen to be involved 21. She has a purpose there, tying her into the game's world.
I'm the maintenance worker.
Ti ne možeš da kreneš, da?
I keep the place running.
Even the PAL 8000 has a piece of lore. This android was developed to rival the Robco Assaultron, but it was lost the military contract, so the funding stopped, then the project was abandoned before the bomb fell. This way of adding modded content to the game is great, because the new weapons, armors, companions, and what have you are all connected to the game world in a cohesive manner, whether aesthetically or conceivably. This is what I believe modding is all about, building on top of what is already there and coming up with creations that remind you of why you fell in love with the game in the first place, not to fulfill some weird fantasy. Just because I enjoy Call of Duty doesn't mean I'd like to incorporate its features and content into my new Vegas.
Halo? Ko je neko šta meni? U suštini sam ga mutirao, kapiraš? To što te zanima, što on priča, to možeš samo da ponoviš.
Čekaj, mogu će kupiš mnogo dokaze.
Dokaze da skupljam, a nema potrebe.
Možeš njegovi iz ulice kaj sami slušaju.
Jednako bije sluša sve. Treasure Goblin escaped. The fuck?
Bem ti govno ti jebem govno, ostavi me! Ostavi me!
Bro.
Jebeni midhead.
Get back from them. Let it end. I'm not ready yet.
One is down. To samo kukuruz. Znači da vidimo.
Such power, huh? Sure, buddy.
MC Tamer got so good at seamlessly integrating modded content to the game that even something as bizarre as the Nucatron Assault still feels like it belonged in Ball in Vegas.
This mod started out as nothing more than a silly screenshot I posted, showing a crudely made vending machine with tank treads shooting a bottle of Nuka-Cola at some unseen target. The reaction to it was so immediate and overwhelmingly positive that I decided to flesh it out into something that could be released.
This is a bite-sized quest mod that starts when you approach a fella perched on top of the Sunset Sarsaparilla headquarters building. He needs your assistance in fending off the Nukatrons from the factory.
Hey, you down there! Grab a weapon and get your ass up here! They're coming!
They are animated Nuka-Cola vending machines that shoot out Nuka-Cola bottles and spout advertising slogans. Anyway, you basically play tower defense for 5 minutes, but the fun doesn't end there. If you possess the robotics expert perk, you can repair the Nukatrons to working condition, and they'll become your slaves. They come in handy quite soon, as the area surrounding the factory is littered with thieves. Up next is probably the most immaculate player home mod I've ever seen. Watch Station Aegis is a space station that allows you travel between the capital and the Mojave Wastelands in TTW. It comes with an infirmary which includes an autodock, an armory that has within it a unique repairable armor, the recreation deck where you can purchase food and water, a dormitory for you to put on your pajamas and sleep, the drop bay from which you'll be able to travel across wastelands, an observation ring for you to gaze outside at the beauty of your home planet. You'll also notice that the space station is orbiting in space for that added immersion, and the dicking bay. Excuse me, I'm at the docking bay where you'll park your space shuttle.
I decided to start making this mod after discovering Tale of Two Wastelands. I wanted something that would let me travel between DC and the Mojave that was cooler than just an ordinary train. Starship Troopers is one of my favorite novels, so I decided to make something that would let me recreate a drop from orbit, like in the book.
To gain access to the space station from the Mojave, head over to the Nellis Air Force Base, keep walking northeast from the Nellis Array, and you'll come across this hidden bunker. To unlock the door, interact with this rock. Hack the control panel and head on inside, where you'll have to take on some feral ghouls before you eventually get to the space shuttle. Open the control terminal, raise the elevator, leave the bunker, and you'll find the shuttle outside. Go inside, take a seat, activate autopilot, and you'll arrive at the station where you'll be greeted by Holly.
Hello, Commander. Welcome aboard Watch Station Aegis.
But I know that y'all are too lazy to go through all of that, so fortunately for you, there's a much simpler way of traveling to the space station. Somewhere near the old nuclear test site, you'll see a plume of black smoke. Head towards it, and you'll find a crashed drop pod where you'll acquire a retrieval beacon. Activate it, and it'll directly teleport you to the station. And now to fast travel to the DC Wasteland, head over to the drop bay, pick your location from the control terminal, put on your power armor, and get into a drop pod. And you'll be launched towards your desired location within the capital wasteland. Let's end this month's showcase with MC Tamer's most novel creation, Vault 826. This vault's evil experiment is to see how much fun, peace, and pleasure you can handle. It has a swimming pool, shopping mall, a honeymoon suite with a hot tub, cinema, cocktail lounge, diner, school, and arcade simulator. Seriously, somehow Tamer managed to invent a better vault than Bethesda ever could. This entire vault is designed in a very intricate way. Here, let me take you on a little tour of the vault's main entrance and you'll see what I mean. Right off the bat, you'll notice the vault door is an elevator just like Vault 111 in Fallout 4. But Tamer's vault entrance is housed within a bunker, and that's a lot more practical than 111's elevator, which is exposed to the hazards of the wasteland. Upon your arrival at the first level, you'll notice you're being watched by the head of security through this window, and there are guards surrounding you on the railing. To go further into this floor, the only way is through decontamination to make sure you don't carry any radiation or wasteland residue with you inside. There will also be scientists and doctors in the observation room monitoring you, just like vaults from the classics. So far, this is the most sensible vault entrance I've ever seen. And unlike most vaults in Fallout lore, Vault 826 is a democracy. It seems Tamer has taken everything into account when creating this.
I try to open this door to the women's washroom. My reputation with the faction decreases, since I'm being a creep.
And I wish I could go into more detail about the vaults, but due to how intricately crafted it is, that would take forever. Instead, I highly recommend you check out MC Tamer's video where he dives deeper into its features and design philosophies. While Vault 826 is still a work in progress, there is a small mod available called the Sniper Deduction Game, which is supposed to be a playable minigame from one of the arcade simulation pods within the vault.
This game is one that I have very creatively dubbed Sniper Deduction Game while looking for a better and more catchy name for it. It's basically a very violent version of Where's Waldo, except you don't know what Waldo looks like, and somebody has to describe him to you while you're trying to find him within a time limit. And every 15 seconds or so, you'll get a new clue as to the identity of the target. You can configure the game to your individual preference. If you want to make the game even more challenging, you can enable headshots only mode, which makes it so that only a precise shot to the head will kill the target, and anything less than that will fail the mission. We have what I call training wheels, which will periodically highlight the target in red, using the same effect as Boone's spotter perk. So now let's see what happens if we miss and don't manage to hit anybody. In this case, the target gets spooked by the sound of the gunshot and manages to escape. The Hitman video game series is cool, but I know I don't have the patience to play it properly, so I just watch Let's Plays on YouTube instead. That incident was a lot of clear though, right down to the handler being a British lady.
And now, it's time for the Q&A section, where MC Tamer is going to answer some of your questions.
Welcome everyone to my Wasteland Workshop. I'm ready to answer your questions that were submitted through Mutant Mod's YouTube community. question comes from Satellaview64, and oh boy, here we go. Why did you stop uploading to Nexus mods? The answer is complicated. In the end, it boils down to corporate greed, but basically it's because Nexus mods changed their terms of service to essentially say, anything that's been uploaded to our servers is ours to do with as we please, and if you don't like that, don't use our platform. So I decided, fine, I won't use your platform then. They're violating the community spirit in which these mods are made, and I don't like that. Nexus Mods is profiting off of the work that we mod authors do for free because we love the game. I also didn't like not being given the choice to opt out of their scheme, because I make mods for the joy of making mods, not because I want to be compensated for my work. I never opted into the donation point system. I always turn down paid commissions. I don't have a Patreon, and whenever someone offers to donate money to support me, I always tell them, thank you, but if you can, please donate it to support Ukraine instead. I'm not out to make money doing what I do, but that doesn't mean I want other people to make money off of me. So that's why I left. These days, I run my own website where all my mods are hosted. I still update pretty regularly, so if you like, you can check it out at fallout.firedrakecreative.com or click the link in the description. War Crimes TV wants to know, how do you feel about the Fallout community's demand for mods and the expectations of places on mod authors? I try to insulate myself from that as much as possible.
Samo što pobiva sve one što mogu da posle rata vode te dio države.
People from sending me ideas or suggestions precisely for this reason. I make the things that I want to make and that I'm passionate about, and that way I'm not answerable to anybody but myself. If other people like it too, that's great, but if not, it's not my problem. There are people out there who, even after you fill the request for them, will complain, no, that's not what I meant, you did it wrong, and I just don't want to have to deal with that. So I do everything I can to keep to myself. That way I can retain 100% of my creative freedom, because if you're making something that you aren't totally passionate about, what's even the point, right? Jimmy Jangy asks, what inspired you to start making mods, and what is your main discouragement? As for my main discouragement, I think I speak for a lot of mod authors when I say it's having to deal with entitled, ungrateful people who don't seem to appreciate the fact that mod authors are unpaid volunteers who chose to share their work with the community. The kind of people who leave comments like, your mod broke my game, so you'd better help me fix it right now. Or, this aspect of your mod is wrong because it doesn't jive with how I think it should work. Change it. Or, your mods have been absolute garbage lately. Why can't you go back to making cool stuff like you used to? And it's like, dude, I've already gone above and beyond by making the mod in the first place, and then again by allowing you to use it. I don't owe you anything. Fortunately, people like this are rare compared to those who are appreciative and supportive. But just dealing with one entitled prick is enough to sap my creative energy. I started making mods because I didn't like the texture on the handguard of the tiny assault rifle in Fallout 3. This is ugly bleach wood color that I just couldn't stand, so I wanted to change it. I thought it would be as simple as editing a texture, but soon found myself having to learn about extracting files from BSAs, editing file paths in NISCO, and all this other stuff. I realized that I could use these skills to make my own ridiculously overpowered weapons. The first weapon mod I ever made was an assault rifle edit, where I added a maximum zoom scope and changed it to fire 308 rounds. Easily able to one-shot death claws and vertebrae. From those simple stat edits, I started experimenting with
welcome to my channel.
And it snowballed from there, eventually arriving at where we are today. A question that was asked by multiple. Where do you get your inspiration from? My main source of inspiration is stuff I see in movies, in video games, on TV, or on YouTube. I find guns mechanically interesting. I watch a lot of programming about them. Sometimes I'll see something that I think is cool, and I'll try to recreate it in the game. In terms of armor, it's very much the same. I have an unofficial series of armor that I call my cool outfits from mediocre movies line, since I love cheesy and terrible movies, especially the ones from the 80s and 90s, which, despite their terrible plots and acting, often have cool looking outfits. Rocky S. Roger wants to know, what is your design process? My process begins with gathering references. I'll find as many high-resolution shots as I can from as many angles as possible. I then study their shapes and look for pieces from the game that I could use to recreate the most distinctive features. I find it's easier to go piece by piece instead of trying to recreate the whole gun in one go, because otherwise you get overwhelmed. I'll just focus on recreating the grip or the front sight instead of trying to find a shape to match the entire receiver of the gun.
Van Moskve 15 km ti košta kod nas bio 1800
can
neke
be
godine.
broken down into multiple smaller shapes, which makes it easier to find
I
pieces
jedan moj
that
prijatelj
could
bio
match.
ženjen.
Once I've got the key features
Dobro,
made,
i
I'll
to je
fill in the remaining
dostignuće ako
gaps
se ženi
one by
noskim,
one
šta?
using the
Ne,
same
bio
process
je
of breaking them down into smaller
ali
shapes
žene
until
bolesne
I
u
end up
glavu.
with a finished gun. Once I'm ready to import the gun
Bolesne u
into
glavu,
the game,
kako smo mi
I'll
ovdje
usually
snobovi,
consult
ščačinamo
Wikipedia
ovo,
or
ščačinamo
the
ono,
Internet
zašto
Movie
imamo
Firearms Database
Če.
to get an idea of what its real-world properties and capabilities are. Then I'll do my best to interpret those into the stats relevant to the game. Omega Neo wants to know, do you own any real guns that you've based mods on? Before I answer this, if anyone from the government is watching, I want to make it very clear that no, I don't own any guns. Not a single one. No such. Please don't raid my house. That being said, I do have a lot of airsoft guns, all of which have been made into mods in one form or another. In particular, the payload rifle, enhanced battle rifle, and mini machine pistol are all directly based off of airsoft replicas that I own, as are several of the uniques, such as the Wolverine and the Hammer of the People. Pianto asks, why don't you use third-party extensions like NVSE? This is just in case I ever get zapped back in time in 2008 or any of those third-party tools are available. I want my mods to still work. That way I could release them earlier and become famous while the game is still widely relevant. No, the serious answer is twofold, with the first reason being a practical one. I want my mods to remain accessible to as many people as possible. Every added dependency is an additional barrier to entry. It doesn't help that New Vegas is already a precariously balanced house of cards, and the more you pile on top of it, the greater the chances of cascading failure. Ideally, all my mods would be plug and play without the need to
Mox
tweak
Reborn.
any configuration settings
Welcome to
or
my
install
channel.
any additional tools. The second reason is an artistic one. I'm
One person called like that? Oh, that's you.
I did thought it was you. Hello and hope you are good.
In good health.
I'm a firm believer that limits inspire creativity. When anything is possible, you're not going to take the time to examine things from every angle to explore all the other possibilities. Take movies, for example. If you have an unlimited budget and carte blanche to do whatever you want, you're not going to take risks or think laterally. And the end product is going to be something safe, bland, and homogeneous. Look at the Marvel movies and how each one has to have that obligatory CGI slugfest in the third act. Why? Because those set pieces were in development long before even a single frame of the movie has been shot. So they're locked into that ending. There's no wiggle room to incorporate happy onset accidents or last-minute flashes of inspiration. Now, compare that to a filmmaker who has to pinch every penny and milk every last ounce of value out of whatever limited resources they have. In those cases, you need to get creative in your problem solving because you can't just brute force it by throwing money its way. Like during the production of Jaws, where a malfunctioning mechanical shark forced Spielberg to film most of the shark scenes from the shark's point of view, which made for a more tense experience and ultimately a better movie. So, long story short, I find it more fun, challenging, and creatively engaging to discover unexpected workarounds or think up new effects if what I wanted to do originally isn't possible in the vanilla engine. Our next question comes from Amazingly Muggy, who wants to know, are there any weapons or armors that have given you lots of trouble to make? The things that have given me the most trouble are ones that have never been released because I still haven't figured them out yet. Of the things that have been released, I'd say the one that took the longest was the Proletariat Assault Rifle, my AK-47 analog. The AK has such a distinctive silhouette that it's important to get it right, and there aren't a lot of base game meshes that come close. This is where that process I was talking about earlier of breaking it down into smaller pieces really helped to get it made. Mateus Christian asked, how do you handle gameplay balance for your weapons and armor? I'm not overly concerned with gameplay balance for the most part because I don't have the patience to sit down and hash it out. But one thing I do to take care of it automatically is to find a base game weapon or armor that fits within the same tier or category as the one I'm making. Then I'll base the stats for my object around the base game object stats and add mine to the same leveled lists as the object I'm copying. That way the distribution remains somewhat fair without me having to put in a lot of time and effort. Nice meme one, you know. How complete do you think the Mega Pack is, percentage-wise? I'd say that the Mega Pack permanently sits at around 90% complete. There's always more that could be added, and as long as I have ideas and a computer that can run the game, I'm going to keep adding stuff. But if I were to stop here, I think it's still a pretty decent mod in its current state. Well, that's all we have time for today. Huge thanks to Mutant Mods for putting this video together and inviting me to be a part of it, and letting me feel like a celebrity for a day. And thank you to everyone who submitted questions. I'm active on social media. You can find links to all my socials on my website at fallout.com.
Koje da čujem? Blanchard Grade, ono što je otvoreno, ali? Ne bi ja bio tamo. Moj predlog. Šta god da imaš od oružja nije dobro.
Znam.
Zato što si otvoren iz svih uglova. Za bombe, za dronove, za... Da ti čovjek uleti sa bombom da vas pokasati jer ne vidiš ga. Usko je jako dobro. Tu ulete dve ekipe sa dve strane. Uopšte nije dobro. Ako imaš onaj serpent, bilo bi dobro da ostaneš negdje napolju pa da zgrabiš bounty s polja. Kao solo to može lagano se uradi. Možda nađeš dobre uglove da zgrabiš da niko ni ne zna da si tu. Ali kao tim nisam siguran. Ako nećeš da budeš u boss areni, ima par dobrih štekova po žbunovima okolo. Mislim, to manje više svi znaju. Yes.
I'm not ready yet.
Money, 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 must be funny. Da, 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 da. Bzzt. Oh no.
20 minutes is a long journey. I didn't make anything.
Streamers are often rewarded with more views for outlandish behavior, leading to them increasing their antics for more clicks. But what happens when it's not an act? Justin Minx, her real name Rebecca, is an Irish-born Twitch streamer living in California. She began her career in the 2010s and quickly made a name for herself, collaborating with many other well-known influencers.
Response. Znaš koji je isto? Milan, Franja, Rem, ti ljudi igraju svi isto. Da ti izgine da se daš pa da oni napravi nešto. Isto ako onaj Franja ne može on da daje informacije kom je.
Podršku ekipu. A dobro, on...
Ne podršku, ne može informacije da daje.
Zato što je čovjek vjerojatno samo absorbovan i ono navikuje da igra sam, da sam sebi polaže računa. U njegovu ozranu.
Ja sa randomima kad igram pinguju ovo.
A dobro, ti voliš da igraš timski, to je druga stvar. Ima dosta ljudi koji igraju solo. Fail trans.
I'm not ready yet. wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Dobro, ti kapiraš da on već je ono u stadijumu kad ono trolo igru, znaš. A ako ti shvataš ozbiljno kad on igra, to je već tvoj problem. Kako igra, tako igrač. Igra trolovski. Sa trolovskim serverima.
I'm not ready yet.
Lair of the Witch. Aha. Hello?
I'm doing good, my man. Haven't seen you online for ages. Playing this game as well.
Rokam CS.
I am glad you stepped away from cancer called Hunt. I had to check out for personal issues IRL. You play Sork in Diablo? Haha. Oh, I'm still playing it LOL. Oh. Druid and Barb. So that how it is. Ah, nice. Melee classes. Druid not really caster. Or is it just me?
Yes.
Doing Hoda Barb and pulverized Druid.
Oh.
Same pulverize rocks.
If you catch my drift.
It's more like a elemental necro summoner.
Yeah, like you can stack a couple of effects when you're smashing ground.
Da.
You can stack.
No.
You can stack tectonic spikes.
Najjači si. Sve znaš.
You can cast faster pulverize with this and have like more crits, I think. No, the attack speed by critting. You can get more damage the more companions you have.
He'll be lurking. I gotta take my kid to his stuff.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Thanks for dropping by. Take care, man. Peace. So she said,
I try so hard.
What you thought was a lie, there is nothing in it. Why I can't remember anything that is good. Sorry you didn't seem, but
Oh, bre.
Aha, ja sjećam toga. I'm still alive.
I'm not ready yet.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Ne, to ti je grunge, jako mrtav. Hello?
Ne.
Rašta?
close. Be gone!
Stay alive.
Hit me, hit me.
No.
Hit me so hard.
Subject 23. The plague of Arcanus was born from the dead of this city. Like all of the corpses here, 23's tissue appears flush with the demonic ether. Still alive, in a sense, after decades of decay. If this vitality can be distilled, I may have found more than a cure.
The corruption has lingered and festered for years. This is exactly that word requires. Oh, touch. Wait. The fuck.
What's going on?
Douglas, my old friend, I thought to talk with
I'm
you
not ready
again.
yet.
Because the visions after you thinking. Oh, since I was sleeping, Hello, woman.
Scour them all.
Te demoni kidaju.
Foul beast. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. Dođivamo vod. Corpse explosion. Fuck off. Jesus. Na 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 na. Ha 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 ha. No.
Tako je.
Cure that. Like that. Oh no. My mind is telling me no, but my body. I return to the lair of the witch.
A što radim?
Što se radi? Evo ništa.
To je bilo da ja. Može.
I must wait a moment.
Da.
Consumables.
Možda se...
La 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 la. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do in the time for you?
Čekaj te nosi uragan.
No, grad izgleda malo lepše sad. Kad sam pobjegao. Okay. Rak. Rak Taribor.
Rak sa serious?
No. I'm serious. Wow. That did nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely not.
Stop running, bitch.
Why are you running?
Why are you running? Why are you running? You owe me money. Why are you running? A neče su reakcije. Kakva gluma ono. Intelligence, cooldown, basic attack skill. No, bro. No. Absolutely no.
Absolutely marvelous.
Marvelous? Marvelous.
Marvelous.
A gde je stari veteran Hunt Shodana? Pa me zanima kad će onda se ohladiti Hunt Shodana. Vidim da polako svi pucaju po šalima. Ovi što nisu pukli.
Ma.
Kekistan. Republic.
No.
Uliči jako nagradi za Diablo 3. Ovo boss arena da se boriš protiv onog bossa, one ženske veštice. Dobro, brat medved. Done and done.
Influencers. Her popularity only increased when she participated in the first ever Creator Clash boxing event in 2022, as she won not just the fights, but thousands of new eyes on her content. Minx is perhaps best known for her over-the-top comedic antics on stream, many of which have been done under the influence of alcohol. While this behavior made the online personality famous, with many perceiving it as merely a bit at first, it has also gotten her into a significant amount of trouble over the years. This has led many to wonder if it has done more to harm her career rather than help her. Rebecca's first major bout with controversy came in December of 2020, when she was temporarily suspended from Twitch. The reason for this was because she repeatedly said words like virgin, simp, and incel, which had recently been banned from the site's terms of service. According to the streamer, she had not realized the new rule had been enacted yet. Minx was suspended for a second week a little over a year later in February of 2022, this time for using the word cracker. Following this, she was contacted by Twitch, who informed her that another violation of their rules would result in a permanent ban.
As we all know, this is my second job, meaning, and after having talked to Twitch, my third one will be permanent, which is terrifying. Terrifying.
Despite Rebecca's nonchalant tweets regarding the situation, it was obvious from her video that this ordeal was weighing heavily on her mental health. Most onlookers agreed that Twitch was overreacting to some very minor offenses, and thus welcomed Minx back with open arms when she returned a few days later. And she decided to make a spectacle out of her first broadcast following her ban, as she performed a skit in which she pretended to be arrested by Twitch. This seemed to mark
Are you talking to me? You must be talking to me.
Yes,
I'm talking to T. I'm talking to T. Sirocco Cavern. Ovo ti je Sirocco Cavern. Da, Diablo 3 imaš oko 5.
Something of a turning point. If controversy was going to follow Minx around, she would stop trying to fight it. Like many big creators in her sphere of the internet, Minx has been included in multiple influencer houses throughout the years. Essentially, these are large homes in which multiple online celebrities will live together in order to collaborate. On June 6, 2022, the house Minx was staying in at the time was visited by a group of TikTokers, who approached the gate and asked to be let inside. According to them, they had previously occupied the home and wanted to take a look around. When their request was denied, though, they continued asking. The situation only escalated from there as Minx and a few of her friends stepped out onto the balcony in order to argue with the uninvited guests. Eventually, as words proved to be ineffective, Rebecca chose to spit on them instead.
I didn't spit at them at first. What I did was I spat on, like, right beside the grave. I want to disrespect. Okay, it's like, did
matters worse, as the argument continued escalating to the point where one of the trespassers hurled a rock which narrowly avoided striking Minx. The streamer and her friends angrily went downstairs to confront their attackers, at which point they finally decided to leave. A day later, Minx decided to publicly name her assailant as a TikTok user by the name of Ace of Spades. Soon after this, another TikToker by the name of Reagan Corsi, who was also reportedly involved in the incident, released a series of now-deleted videos giving her side of what happened. According to her, she and her friends had been nothing but polite and courteous, and it was actually Minx who was the aggressor.
She comes out on the patio and she starts yelling at us. Obviously, we were caught off guard because we were just having a civil, normal conversation with two people that were in front of us at the door. Those two guys also said that they didn't live there, that they didn't talk to someone who would probably be cool. They just needed to make sure they asked for permission. And then a girl comes outside, she's wearing a dress, she's barefoot, and she starts yelling slurs at my friends. She says, like, y'all need to get the f out of here, y'all are cunts, etc. She continues yelling slurs, and then she spits on towards one of my friends. I don't know if it actually hit them. That's kind of where all which again, I had no part in. I was just there.
Of course, Minx fought back against this version of events, more or less reiterating the story she had told earlier, and the drama slowly fizzled out. This was simply another early example of Justin Minx's boisterous personality landing her in trouble, or at least trouble finding her, and it would certainly not be the last. Only a few days later, on June 16th, Rebecca posted a series of images to her Twitter account showing her legs incredibly bruised, bloody, and scraped up. She provided no further details, prompting an incredibly worried response from her viewers who wondered what happened. The streamer finally elaborated on Twitch the following day. Apparently, after a day of training for Creator Clash, she and a few friends wanted to unwind and drink by the pool. Later on in the evening, the group decided to take a quick hike in the hills behind their home. In her inebriated state, though, Minx found this task surprisingly difficult. The trouble started when she tripped and fell directly into a cactus patch. But that is not where the majority of her injuries came from. No, that happened later, when the pack of influencers spotted an animal which some of them believed to be a mountain lion at first glance. Most people, upon seeing something like this, would choose to quickly and quietly leave the area. But Rebecca had a different idea.
I charge at the animal because it's always fight or flight. I missed the animal. I only got one injury by the animal, and it's the one, there's like one certain bite that you can see. I only got one injury, but no, it's not racist.
Once again, Minx's behavior had landed her in trouble, with this instance being partially tied to alcohol consumption. But while the only person harmed in this situation was herself, that would not be true in every case. In August of 2022, Minx took part in the Frat Party Stream, a collaborative event in which an all-female group of Twitch influencers attended a social gathering live on air. For pretty much the entire night, some viewers noticed strange behavior that Minx was exhibiting. She appeared to be on edge and treated her fellow partygoers gruffly. At a certain point, during an innocent game of beer pong, Rebecca sprinted over without reason and hurled herself onto the table.
Now what are you gonna do?
The camera operator was quickly sent away to focus on some of the other attendees. While they awkwardly tried to move on as if nothing had happened, the people watching at home were adamant of finding out more information. In fact, screenshots were taken of the chat in the immediate aftermath of Minx's outbursts, showing the sheer number of people getting timed out simply for asking about it. In the background, some audience members claimed to have seen QT Cinderella, one of the event's organizers, scolding Rebecca for her behavior, finally resulting in the Irish streamer leaving the party early. While this incident was not spoken about much publicly by those involved, it sowed the seeds of conflict that would grow larger over time. But Minx would become embroiled in even more drama before this came to fruition. In September, a streamer by the name of Adriana Lee came forward with a series of very serious allegations against a fellow creator by the name of Slick. The details of this are another rabbit hole entirely. The only aspect relevant to our purposes is that Slick was good friends with Justin Minx, who decided to defend him in any way she could think of. However, her response did nothing to help matters. Rebecca went on stream and accused Adriana of lying. even laughing while watching the alleged victim's account of her experiences.
I made one of the biggest
Adriana is not the best option to trust. And you are? No, I'm telling you not to trust me either. Hello? I've literally said any opinion I say is literally because I'm manic. But I believe what my brain thinks is right. And I will continue to believe that.
This reaction, as well as Minx's preemptive defense of her actions by blaming her manic tendencies, did not go over well with the internet at large. It was shortly after this disastrous broadcast that another streamer named Toxic Support, otherwise known as Angel, released a twitlonger about an experience she had had with Rebecca back in 2018. Angel had actually already shared this story a couple years prior, but at that time had not revealed anyone's identities. This time around though, she felt a responsibility to mention Minx by name due to her recent behavior towards Adriana Lee. According to Angel's story, she and a friend had been invited to a party at Rebecca's Airbnb during TwitchCon 2018. After the night went on and all those in attendance became increasingly inebriated, the group began playing drinking games that required the players to strip. Eventually, they moved on to playing Truth or Dare, resulting in Angel and her friends being asked to remove even more clothing. When the young streamer refused, she was allegedly pressured and shamed by the male guests of the party to go through with the dare until she finally left. It's important to note that, according to the story, Minx was not involved during this point in the night. However, since she was the one hosting the party, Angel decided to reach out to her the following day in order to talk about what had happened. The Irish content creator was reportedly very kind and understanding at first, promising to go speak to the offending male partygoers on Angel's behalf. But that attitude changed just a few hours later, as Minx started sending aggressive messages trying to get Toxic Support not to go public with her account. When Angel posted her 2020 twitlonger, Rebecca reached out to her once again. At first, she attempted to downplay her knowledge of what had happened that night, and how Angel had been affected. When the alleged victim pushed back on this though, Minx's tone shifted to what Toxic Support perceived to be threats of blackmail, stating, quote, "Bro, I hate cancel culture, and I know you have family to support, and I don't want this affecting anyone's livelihood." When all of this went public, the internet's perception of Justa Minx hit an all-time low, as many people now viewed her as a manipulative defender of abusers. She had never been one to remain quiet about this sort of thing in the past, so onlookers waited eagerly to see what her response to all this would be. When an update was made though, it was not what anyone expected. After a couple days of silence, a message was posted to Minx's Twitter account offering insight about what was happening behind the scenes. Notably, this entire statement was written in the third person, implying someone else had been given access to her social media. Apparently, Rebecca's mental health had taken a sharp decline in the days prior, and thus she had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital in order to receive care. While this post made no mention of the allegations against Minx, it seemed to imply that her behavior was the result of these manic episodes. Justa Minx returned to the internet around a week later, starting up a new live stream seemingly immediately after she got home from the mental health facility. This was done against the recommendation of her friends and colleagues, whom Minx had promised that she would stay away from the internet for a while.
Very long story. I shouldn't be live right now, so in advance I do want to apologize to my org. I also do want to apologize for everyone that advised me not to stream. Then don't be. No, because there is an apology fucking owed. Do I feel bad? Yeah. I have been advised to do a YouTube apology video talking about it or writing a script, which I probably should have done because knowing me, I will fuck up something here. So I do want to apologize because I am going on a hike with a lot of people that helped me out tomorrow, and I promised them I wouldn't stream, but I did eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and I watched a video and I want to do it. Shout out Bow Blacks. That was a really good video.
Rebecca made several apologies for her actions during this broadcast, specifically toward Adriana Lee, who she now believed had been telling the truth about her allegations against Slick. During the stream, Minx was constantly being contacted by her friends and mods, all of whom were heavily advising her to log off and stop talking. But these requests were refused.
Everything's gonna be okay, but I need you to end stream.
New idea.
What?
Can you turn off emote only? People can shit on me right now. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. No, I won't end.
Of course, she did eventually end the stream, and the VOD was deleted not long after. Viewers began to wonder if her hospital stay had done Minx any good, since she still appeared to be very mentally unwell. A few days later, the streamer started a new broadcast in which she appeared much more rational and level-headed, in order to issue a blanket apology for everyone she had wronged.
Saying, like, sorry isn't enough, but there's not really anything else that I can do to fix it. So I just, before we move on into streaming and going back to me, I do apologize for everything there.
Interestingly, this was recorded in a new location, not the bedroom Rebecca had been streaming from the past few years. While some viewers were confused by this, it would be a little while longer until they received an explanation. On November 3rd, 2022, Minx tweeted that the home she was staying in at the time had been broken into the night before. She continued posting updates throughout the day, showing that the perpetrators had entered the house by smashing the window with the security camera, and the other surveillance devices had recorded footage of 2 men breaking in. While this would obviously all be traumatic enough on its own, the most disturbing revelation came when it was discovered who exactly had committed the act. According to Rebecca, someone had been living underneath the house without her knowledge for quite a while. You see, on the night that the abode was broken into, Rebecca's cat also went missing. While investigating the crawl space in order to find her pets, she and her friends stumbled upon multiple empty bottles of alcohol as well as a few sleeping bags. Viewers immediately expressed both concern and confusion, wondering how something like this could happen in a large streamer house. But Minx soon stepped in to offer a simple explanation. She no longer lived in a streamer house. According to her, she had been kicked out of the home she was staying in, the Optic House, merely 24 hours before being released from the psych ward, and had been moving between Airbnbs ever since. There was a lot of confusion surrounding why exactly this had happened, although many speculated that Rebecca's stream immediately after leaving the facility, while maybe not being the leading cause, could have at least been the final straw. To make matters worse, following the break-in, Minx claimed Airbnb refused to refund her payment on the house, and her account had been banned from renting homes within a certain radius. Clearly, Rebecca was in an increasingly stressful situation, and was going to cope with it the only way she knew how: alcohol. On February 26, 2023, she became so drunk on stream that it became difficult for her to even string words together properly. This incident resulted in a Twitch representative reaching out to Minx, telling her that her account would be receiving another week-long suspension, her first ban from the site in over a year. If Rebecca's drinking had been a problem before, it seemed to be getting her into even more trouble now, and it would only continue to do so as time went on. In March, Justa Minx made plans to attend the 2nd annual Streamer Awards, a show designed to celebrate the achievements of Twitch content creators. She contacted her old friend and the founder of the event, QT Cinderella, real name Blair, and informed her that she had purchased seats for the balcony. While the two had once been incredibly close with one another, their relationship had become strained in recent times. But Blair, wanting to give Minx another chance to change her ways, made an offer. She could sit in the front with all the other big streamers and attend the after party on the condition that she would not have 1 drop of alcohol. Rebecca agreed, and the plans were made. But it soon appeared that Minx was unable to keep her promise. During the party, she had become incredibly inebriated, acting as a nuisance to her fellow party goers and a liability to her host.
I get to the party, she's wasted. She's getting escorted out by security because she's trying to throw heaters into the pool, and then
which is bad.
Is a bad thing. Yeah.
Heaters?
The big propane.
The big gas heaters, like the ones that are like 7 feet.
She's trying to put those in the pool. I heard she was trying to throw Sykkuno in the pool.
Yeah, and people. She was trying to run in the pool.
Is a bad thing.
Also
bad thing.
Also bad.
After the fact, Minx attempted to downplay the situation jokingly on Twitter, which only served to anger Blair further. In addition, Rebecca also tried to argue that going limp was a result of a seizure, not an act of defiance against the party security. She even posted an image of herself in the hospital as proof of her claim. But QT Cinderella once again pushed back against this, stating that the picture actually showed Minx receiving an IV drip after becoming overly intoxicated. Some people criticized Blair for making such a public spectacle out of this situation, but she claimed that she had tried everything in her power to make Minx change her ways in private, but to no avail. Not long after this incident, Rebecca decided to return home to Ireland in order to spend some more time with her family. However, this seems to have not been the relaxing holiday it may have sounded like. During the stream, she got into an argument which resulted in some very serious allegations being made against her sister.
Why are you lying? This all happened because of yours! Because your boyfriend is underage! What? Yeah! Oh no! Oh no! You like fucking little men? You don't like that?
This clip quickly made the rounds on Twitter, as people began wondering what in the world was going on in Minx's family. For her part, Rebecca heavily downplayed the situation, claiming that this is just what arguments were like in Irish households and that Americans were quote-unquote soft. Apparently, or at least according to Minx, it's very common to accuse loved ones of felony offenses. When people asked if the allegations had any merit, Rebecca flatly stated no. But even if she claimed that everything in her life was fine, that did not stop the internet from speculating. In June, screenshots were posted from a recent Just a Minx stream in which she appeared to have 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and a severely scraped knee. Once again, theories began to spread, with many people wondering if the cause was related either to her drinking or family troubles. But Minx was quick to step in and inform everyone that her injuries were actually just the result of boxing training. While this explanation was enough for some people, others didn't buy it. Nevertheless, this was the story Rebecca stuck with publicly as she moved on with her life. Ironically, the fight she had been training for ended up having to be cancelled at the last minute, due to troubles Minx had getting back into the United States.
I wasn't streaming for the past month because I had to find a place last minute.
It does appear that Minx is doing better for herself currently, with her even making amends with creators such as QT Cinderella, though it's unclear how long this will last. Will she be able to stay out of trouble, or does trouble merely find her?
Hi everyone, I missed you so much. Oh. Wait a minute, this was 2 years ago. Hold on, what?
Thank you all of my children.
Wait, is the audience naked?
We're here today to test the launch of my new cyber rocket. With this, I pledge to you that we will have a man of the Earth by the year 2030.
Oh?
But before we embark on this journey, we must talk about some of the mistakes of the past, so that we are not doomed to repeat them.
Is this an alternate universe where the aliens, like, landed on Earth before? Is that what this is?
Anyway, it was a sunny day in downtown Wuhan.
Customary.
You're going viral, douchebag. I'm a big man and I'm gonna pull out my dick.
February 2020. The virus is everywhere. But some were sneaking out. Others not taking it seriously at all. People were outside, going about their normal lives.
Get drunk before everything closes.
It was time for drastic action. So, the mayors and governors from around the world
Is this Hogwarts or is this somewhere else where the architecture looks similar?
gathered together with a solution to the problem of sneaking out.
Oh wait, no, that doesn't, those houses in the background don't match. This is from a game, isn't it?
Grounded. Snitching hot markets.
Oh yeah, wasn't there an app for this in some places? I think? I heard there was an app, or at least for New York State. I don't know about other places.
Snitches get rewards. Simply take...
Wait, did a politician actually say that? Was he trying to be cool?
Take a picture of someone and text it to the official snitch line to put those rule breakers in their place.
What's up, boys? Over here at Wendy's.
instant justice.
Some people need to get the message, and we will make sure that enforcement comes.
Oh yeah, see, look, NYC in the top right corner. This was a New York State thing, mostly, right? I mean, I could see California doing this too.
Right away.
But naturally, many New Yorkers did not take very kindly to this idea. So, they decided to text the hotline as well. Text after text came rolling in. What a success! Let's open the first one. Surprise! Turns out people weren't just sending in tips. They were sending the whole shaft. Oh Jesus, next one. Next.
Wait, hold on, wait, what was that headline? New Yorkers answer mayor's call to turn neighbors into snitch hotline during the panini with nude photos and dictator memes. Yep, that sounds like the internet. This is why you don't anger the internet. This is what's coming for you. Nude photos and memes.
Next. Just close it. I can't, it's just going faster. Text after text was the same. Pictures of people giving the finger. Dick pics, edgy Blasio memes. This isn't helping at all. Sir, our servers can't handle this amount of erotica all at once. Well, save some of the more tasteful news on the thumb drive and shut it down. And so but the snitches forgot the first rule of snitching. Snitches get unmasked by state sunshine laws. In Missouri, they have them. 2 weeks after their own snitching program went live, it turned out it was all subject to public record by anyone who requested it. So not only is all of this information not anonymous or private, it's published indefinitely on a government website with...
Oh, beautiful! This is great! This totally can't go wrong in any kind of way. Nope.
Zero redaction. Oh dear. Of course, I'm not going to put any of those details here. But if you live in Missouri and you're curious,
the link is always in the description down below.
In Washington and Louisiana, people were unmasked too. In Frisco, Texas, they made it happen for snitching as well. But there was backlash and it was terminated. In LA, the mayor's infamous "snitches get rewards" statement was walked back. In Victoria, a couple was...
Wow, you know, I'm not surprised that an American politician said that. You know, there's a compilation on the internet. American politics out of context. Yeah, if you've ever wondered how bad it is here in the USA, just watch that video and remember, people actually said those things. That's normal. That's the spirit of America.
Was fined $1,500 each for going on a drive to Lake's entrance and posting photos on social media.
You there, sir? I certainly heard you've got a license.
Warned that if they do it again, they would be arrested. Except the photos were from a year ago.
Wait, I'm so confused. Why? We're finding people to go to a lake? Canada, what's going on? Am I missing something? Hold on, I'm gonna rewatch this because I must be missing some content.
We're not going to get everything right. And we do make
Police officers in the background just like, we get paid to... I want to know if that video in the background is from something. Is that a video that members of a police department just made for the fun of it? Is it like some music video? I have to know.
But worst of all was the UK.
9 cookies for 1 lap. Are you ridiculous?
194,000 calls in a single month had been made regarding without voices. And tens of thousands.
Wait, a license? A license? Did you need a license? Is that the equivalent of, what's the name of that thing again? When you got vaccinated, you got a vaccination card. Is that what they mean? Because that's what it sounds like.
The fines have been issued.
The British have frowned down on telltales. There's even an old nursery rhyme.
Telltale tit, your tongue shall be slit.
You make any more noise, and I'm calling the police.
Show me what you've got.
And yet, while normal everyday activities were being criminalized, regular crimes were being made de facto legal.
Good job.
Police do nothing around here.
And in major cities, it seemed as though everyone was going for the high score. People aren't afraid to go out on the street at night. What can we do to increase crime? I have an idea. In New York and LA, they experimented with reducing bail to 0, and it went exactly as you'd expect.
Oh, I remember this. I remember the rationale for this. During the panini, I shall call it the panini for the sake of not getting this video demonetized or removed. All those people in close proximity could cause even more cases of the panini, and then the panini could expand and spread to even more people and become an even bigger problem than it already was. I mean, was there some truth to that? Like, yeah, I mean, American jails are not known for being some of the best in the world. There are other countries who do it so much better in so many different ways, actually treat their prisoners like people, which makes it so much easier for people to reintegrate into society later. No matter which way you go, I don't think either option is really ideal. Either a whole bunch of people die, or a whole bunch of people die, just in a different kind of way. But I think they were trying to release people strategically, so I think they were releasing people who didn't have the worst things on their record. Actually, you know what? Let me Google that. Okay, I'm actually really glad that I Googled this, because there's actually a lot of good information here. So I'm just picking a whole bunch of different websites and trying to piece things together on the run. So, more than 1 million prisoners were released during the panini, but it's not enough. Why? Why is it not enough? Okay, so here it talks about how about 500,000 prisoners contracted the panini. Again, here overcrowding, inadequate medical treatment, lack of ventilation. Again, US prisons aren't known for treating people the best. I wouldn't be surprised if other countries have that problem too, but, you know, that was one of the talking points they gave. Some prisoners have underlying medical conditions. I mean, that is something to think about. Ah, yeah, so here it is. In May 2020, there was a call from the World Health Organization to release prisoners who were at risk of contracting the panini and who could be released without compromising public safety. See, that's what I thought. I thought I heard something about, like, they're not releasing everyone, they're releasing strategically, which I would hope so, otherwise, goddamn, like, let's be honest here, there's some people in prison who could be a lot more deadly than a panini could ever hope to be. Oh, only 1 million were released worldwide. I thought that was just in the USA. Okay, so across the world isn't so bad. Well, let's see. Releases also occurred in the United States, but prison populations did not decrease significantly, despite the fact that panini cases were almost 6 times higher in prisons than in the general population. And over here they talk about a whole bunch of contingencies, like in the US, about 23,000 prisoners were released, but to home confinement, so it wasn't like they were walking around. It was a restricted kind of release. People in other countries were granted conditional releases, so again, there were some restrictions on the freedom even though they were technically out of jail. Oh, come on, Washington Post. Jesus Christ. You say democracy dies in darkness, but it's looking pretty dark behind this paywall over here. Come on now. If democracy dies in darkness, I should be able to read this article. Oh, well, it's an opinion piece anyway. Maybe it's not so useful. Here's an NPR article which shared that some people who were released during the panini were sent back to prison with little to no warning. So again, not everyone who was released actually stayed permanently released. And here's what I really want to point out here. Less than 0.2% of the people released committed new crimes while they were out. Now, the reason why I want to mention this is because in the US, we are known for having a very, very polarized everything pretty much, but certainly politics. And while I do appreciate content from numerous creators, including people that meme on the way that things were done during the panini, I also do want to give context sometimes when it feels like maybe the content is suggesting more of a doomsday scenario than what actually happened, because as fun as it is to think of it that way, honestly, reality is often more boring than that, and I think that's a good thing, and I think that we should mention that sometimes. But yeah, this still concerned me even despite these numbers, because like,
I've tweeted something. BRB.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Okay. Somebody's gonna die. It's gonna be me. That was the end of it. That was fun. Strike my minions!
I must wait a moment.
Wait a minute.
Thank you.
What is this?
Oh no. Interesting. It was fortune.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Oh.
I must wait
Not
a
bad.
moment.
I don't think they would have known the full impact until they tried it, and they did, and thankfully it seems to have worked out. I'm sure I'm gonna go back to the video and Internet Historian is gonna talk about maybe some really extreme cases of a few people who got out and did a lot of damage or something, but I just want to provide this perspective because I do think it's important to remember that life isn't always as bad as it seems, and the world and people are not always as bad as they may seem. Sometimes different sources try to make us feel that way because it's in their best interest to do so. On both sides, by the way. This is not me picking one side or the other. Stoking people's emotions is something you can make a lot of money on no matter who you are, sadly. And I'd just rather be as balanced as I possibly can be based on what I know about something than just kind of let something appear potentially more negative than it really is. But anyways, that's just my perspective. I'm just an anime girl on the internet. I am not well versed in this stuff. I wouldn't have even looked up these articles if I hadn't heard about this through the New York State News. So I also only know a small fragment of the puzzle, and maybe you guys have the other fragments and you can share them in the comments.
But it wasn't enough. So they said any burglaries up to $1,000 worth of goods would no longer result in the police showing up
Olivia,
to the scene.
Welcome to my channel.
So you're telling me that I can steal up to $1,000 worth of goods, and the police won't even try to make an arrest?
Well, maybe one day, if somehow they're identified.
But you want everyone to wear a mask, too?
Yes.
Now that's dumb. That's just dumb. I don't understand this. This makes no sense.
So people walked up to the buffet and had their fill.
If you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go, what would shopping look like?
Oh my god! Call the police!
That poor woman. He's already gone. Or they're already gone. It's too late now.
Welcome to Amazon Go. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Take whatever you like.
Sometimes
I don't understand though. Telling them that isn't gonna stop them. Like, what's the point? If anything, if you see them, you should try to, I don't know, unmask them maybe, you know? Do something?
when I call 911, nobody answered.
No.
Oh god, I've been in that situation. I've been in that situation. I used to live in a place where the police department was so overwhelmed and underfunded that you would call 911 and no one would answer. So you'd call again. And still, no one would answer because that police department was too busy helping another police department that was also underfunded and overwhelmed respond to a call in like some other town or county. And here you were just like, well, I guess I'm just gonna die now. Oh god, that sucks.
Lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
Shoplifters don't seem to care who's watching.
I love how this guy's dancing, just like, hee hee, what you gonna do? Nothing, nothing. I'm legally allowed to do this pretty much.
You've got
12, 11, 10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
What's the story with that video?
Not enough crime. Release the felons. So it was ordered. Anyone who had non-violent misdemeanors, serving sentences of less than a year, or scheduled to be free in 30 days or fewer, was released.
Yeah, there you go. See, there was stipulations to it, so yeah.
wait a moment.
And the results? Predictable. One man only lasted 37 minutes before being arrested again. Another man was arrested 3 times in one day. First for attempting to break into a vehicle, next for stealing items out of someone's front yard, and then again for stealing a vehicle. And each time he was arrested, he just moonwalked out of there.
For his 7th time, he got arrested for stealing a vehicle. So apparently he's not very good at it.
Crime rate.
Yeah, I will say that. the smartest criminals never even get arrested, because no one even knows they did it. No traces left.
Went right through the ceiling. Famous criminal town.
Wait, hold on. Are those New York City numbers? Because let me tell you, New York City, in terms of crime, horrendous, especially compared to the rest of the state. New York City makes the whole state look bad in some way.
Not very good at it.
Crime rates went right through the
Yeah, see, that makes sense for New York City, though. Because firstly, New York City is one of the most expensive places in the entire U.S. Whenever there is any kind of economic difficulty, people will get desperate when they don't have enough, and they will take it. But let's also remember this is New York City. This is New York City. Real estate is through the roof. The shuttle system breaks down constantly. Listen, when you have a city that's falling apart like that, people are gonna do that at an alarmingly high rate compared to other places. This doesn't surprise me at all.
The ceiling. Famous criminal town. Tekashi 6ix9ine was released early from his 18-month sentence and instantly broke Instagram and YouTube records with his live stream and music video. Other high-profile names asking for early release include R. Kelly, Bill Cosby.
Well, thank God. I mean, those people don't deserve an early release, that's for sure.
Martin Shkreli, and our good friend Billy McFarland. Breakout time! Then some prisoners came together with an idea.
What's your plan?
Well, if we have an outbreak at our prison, then maybe they just let someone else go. Worth a shot. So prisoners of the North County Correctional Facility tried passing around water containers and share the mask together.
Oh my God, really? Okay, that's smart and also incredibly desperate.
Worked. Somewhat, as 30 prisoners soon tested positive for the virus. But then administrators cottoned on to what they were doing, and none of them were released.
Could you imagine if some of them died from that and they were just like, damn, almost made it. This is not the freedom I wanted.
Speaking of people who should be in prison, celebrities, we have forgotten about the important people. Guys, we're bored too.
Oh no, not Ellen DeGeneres.
They crave the attention. They need it. Without it, they will surely shrivel and perish. But when everything...
Oh no, are we gonna talk about when there was that, like, trend where celebrities were singing songs live on the internet, like on stream or Instagram Live and stuff, and everyone was like, we didn't ask for this. We didn't ask you to sing us a song while we're suffering with the panini over here. This doesn't help anyone.
Everything gets shut down when they're trapped in their homes and can't get on TV. They begin to go a little stir.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, honestly, I can't blame them though, because I feel like a lot of people who are extroverted or performative really felt it the most during the panini. Like, it did not affect me at all. I was chilling. I didn't even lose any friends and family. I don't know anyone who lost any friends or family. It was chill, man. It was one of the best times of my life. I was like, it's quiet. No one's coming up to my door and knocking on it. I don't have to drive and go to work. I don't have to do anything. This is great. And it's pretty damn quiet because no one else can do anything either. Ah, heaven on earth. I know that it wasn't that way for everyone, but man, I kind of miss it.
Okay guys, now I know we're all feeling the struggle right now. Without television and press following you around, you need to make yourselves trend. We need you now more than ever. Jimmy, female Jimmy, you're the funny guys. You must continue working from home. Your biggest competitor now is a Swedish boy that reacts to funny videos on his kitchen floor.
Guys, did you hear that PewDiePie and Marzia, they posted to Instagram, Marzia posted to her Instagram, sharing their new baby. I don't know how to pronounce their name, so I'm just gonna put it on the screen so that I don't make a fool of myself. But yeah, their new baby was born on the 11th of July.
I'm not ready.
And very cute. Congratulations to the two of them. Yay, wholesome news. We need that. And yeah, that's exciting. That's awesome.
Huge box of, I was like a kid on the toilet on Christmas morning. 60 double
That fun game. Protect you from the coronavirus or a box of Rose Route? Or both.
Oh no, Jimmy. Oh no.
Everyone in here is gay.
Hello, everybody out there.
No, shut it down. How about an uplifting song to boost morale? This could be our generation's We Are the World.
Yeah, I can give it a go. I love uplifting music.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, this is it. This is the thing. There's no heaven.
I'm not ready yet.
Imagine there's no heaven. This is not the time when everyone's Grammy's done.
I can't leave. My Nima disappeared while I slept.
Come on.
I've stayed here hoping she would return, but no.
What does she look good?
Eyes, sandy fur, prefers oats.
Come on.
Let's take her back. Over there.
Okay.
I'm not ready
Yeah, exactly. What a song. What a song to pick.
I feel like they she's so happy. Gal Gadot. I lost my job at the meat packer, but Gal Gadot. And it's a
Why? Here's what I don't understand, right? Why couldn't they just cover an uplifting song? Why not sing Happy by Will Ferrell or something? Like, why not help people feel uplifted and at least empowered to, like, get through the hard times? Why a song that sounds sad? That's what I don't get. Sure, no one asked you to sing, and that's true, and sure, but they were trying to help. The thing is, though, the execution really didn't work. We didn't need the sad feels, we needed the happy feels. We needed the good feels.
terrible version. You guys suck at singing. Thank you.
Oh boy. Madonna, how about an inspirational speech to lift those faces? I mean, spirits.
That's the thing about COVID-19. It doesn't care about how rich you are. It's the great equalizer.
Oh no.
And what's terrible about it is what's great about it. What's terrible about it is it's made us all equal in many ways. And what's wonderful about it is that it's made us all equal.
Jesus Christ. Maybe just stick to singing.
Cause there's no more pasta. Oh no. We're gonna eat some fries.
Okay, hold on. I'm hearing some audio distortion on my end. I need to fix that. Hold on.
We're gonna eat some fried fish.
Okay, not bad.
Oh no, Madonna's lost it over the years.
Bad. Let's try somebody else.
I really hope she was like play singing and not actually singing.
Hello?
Otherwise, I don't know how to feel about that.
Keep it positive, you know.
The last shit comes from motherfucking China.
Thank you, Cardi. You really are the voice of reason.
Government, let me tell y'all motherfuckers something. Guess what, bitch? Coronavirus. This is getting real.
Well, that...
Oh my god, I remember that rap! Guys, have you seen the Cardi B Panini rap? It's still on YouTube, at least it should be. It's actually pretty damn good. You should watch that.
It was... Vanessa, maybe you can speak to your fans? You seem to have a lot of free time at the moment.
Like, yeah, people are gonna die. Terrible. Like, inevitable.
Oh god.
Oh no. Why? Vanessa, you were my childhood. You know, High School Musical 1 and 2. Come on now, this is not becoming of... Actually, didn't she play a girl named Vanessa in the movie? In both movies? Or was it Gabriella? Whatever her name was, this is not what she would do. Listen, you've had the opportunity to work with a lot of people, okay? You should know from all the walks of life that you've been exposed to that is not okay.
Oh geez, we're losing them. You guys in your massive houses and complaining isn't relatable at all. We need to meet them on their level.
I've got this.
I find myself in that thought. You know what? It's important for everybody.
There are ways to share your suffering in a way that's useful for the public. I'm just not convinced that that's one of them. You know, like whenever I feel compelled to share something, I ask myself, how is this valuable for other people and me? Because if it's just valuable for me, it doesn't have to be public. But if I feel like I can somehow translate something I'm experiencing into something tangible and like valuable for other people, then it makes sense to go public. So many of these things feel like people who are bored and have time on their hands and they're a little emotional at the same time. Sometimes when you're feeling emotional, you just gotta wait before pressing record, because if you do something live that's cringe, you can't take it back. And hey, none of us are perfect. We all have cringe on our personal record. I get that. No one's perfect. I'm not expecting that. But I don't understand the value of any of these videos that I've seen so far. They just genuinely do not feel in any way comforting. And that's, I think, the saddest part about them. And that's why they do not.
But before I continue, add time.
The beast lives within
you. The name's Ray Khan. But you can call me Ray Khan, man.
I'm just imagining a guy like first name Ray, middle name Khan, last name Man. So you could call him Mr. Man, and it would be accurate.
Dad, look, I got you a present. Thanks, son.
He's a baby. How does he know what you want? Is this a super baby?
Let's go throw the old football around in celebration of my new present. Wired headphones. With wires.
Wait. Oh god.
You're responsible.
No. Oh god, no! Childhood trauma.
Never again. Gotcha! Wired headphones, you dangerous bitch.
Wait, what?
Huh? I can't hear you. I have my everyday E25 Raycon earbuds in. I'll save you. Well, there's another one. Don't worry, I'll save you too. Now you two kiss. 6 hours of playtime, half the price of other premium brands. Raycon good, wires bad.
Oh god.
Will you seamlessly connect your Bluetooth with me?
Oh, I could see a guy like from the Geek Squad at Best Buy. Oh, what's the word? Oh god, what's the word for that? Oh no! Oh, I've caught the old. I can't remember basic words. Propose! I can see a member of the Geek Squad proposing to his girlfriend like that. Really cute and nerdy and perfect in every way.
Can I get a closer look? Wow, I love the range of colors they come in. Of course I will. Let me just put them in right now. Wow, they fit so snug.
I think I'll put mine in as well.
I'm not ready yet.
Just don't insert them into other holes. Hey Doc, it's happened again.
No, no.
I'm not ready.
I'm good. Why?
He's got like 8 minutes on that bomb. It's alright.
It's bad.
No, wait.
Cleaning is as easy as 1, 2, 3. What's wrong? Don't want to live in cyberpunk and have your brain all f***ed up by 5G? Ethan? You seen it? Raycon good. Wires bad. Visit buyRaycon.com/internet store and save 15% off your first order of the everyday EV25 earbuds from Raycon.
Here's what I want to know. How do Raycon earbuds compare to Apple earbuds?
Add over.
Onions, humble yellow onions, 6-pound onion,
Gripping the onion like a tennis ball.
It's time for an uplifting story.
About onions?
Friend Murky Pantry, 56, works at Mumbai Airport. Everything was going into lockdown and he wanted to be with his family. But they were in Allahabad and he was stuck in Andheri East.
Oh! That's right. Some people got stuck in other countries when the lockdowns happened. That's crazy.
Just fly. No flights. Just drive. Not so simple. Roads are closed to all non-essential travel. What to do? So he hatched a plan. I'll become an essential traveler. He started with a test case. He hired a truck and drove 200 kilometers to Pimpelgian, bought 1,300 kilograms of watermelon.
So good.
Come to terms with the already large
Whoa, that's 3,000 pounds of watermelon?
quantity of melons we
How expensive is that?
already have.
And sent the truck back to Mumbai, where he had a cellar. Success. Wasn't stopped, even sold the goods at a profit. We're
Nice. Does he have money to travel now?
an essential traveler now, boys. Time to do it again, but this time all the way home. So he hired another truck, got an onion permit, and this time bought 25,520 kilograms of onions.
Whoa.
And the article says he disguised
28 tons.
himself as an onion seller. I don't know what that looks like, so here's this. He then hauled ass 1,200 kilometers over 3 grueling days and nights through 3 states to get home.
It was only his going we wanted. Why did he have to draw his sword like that? Didn't mean to kill him. Didn't want to. It was only his going we wanted. Why did he have to draw his sword like that?
I must wait a moment.
You're on our turf.
Funny, I was thinking it could be ours if we killed the sad sot squatting in it.
Last fool to try is still hanging by the docks. Now get the hell out of my face. Unless you'd care to join him.
What the fuck?
I'm not ready yet.
Funny Tom.
Well done. Not while I'm in town.
The fuck am I? Sure.
Don't you look at me like that. If you'd seen what I'd seen, heard what I heard confessed to me, you'd be knocking this back too, huh?
5, 10... should be enough for passage.
Where are we going, Papa?
Somewhere better, child. Somewhere safer. Where you won't get sick anymore.
To the afterlife.
I'm not ready yet.
Torn. Huh. Not a good turn though. Turn poison on strat.
Good.
A fine addition to my...
Blessings on you, friend.
Концу.
A traveler. Healthy, finely garbed, and with a keen eye for quality. Do I have the goods for you? Taste the Western continent. Spices, perfumes, liquors, and furs from all over Sanctuary.
Yeah, no. Fish. Lot of
I'm
fish.
not ready yet.
There is an old shrine north of the city. I was passing it the other day when the very stone yelled at me. Clear as you're talking to me now.
Don't worry.
These people gone mad.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Oh wow. Okay.
He makes it. Now to sell the goods and see my family.
I'm not ready yet.
He stopped at the wholesale market just on the outskirts of town and tried to find a buyer for the onions. Except, nobody wanted them. Onions? Anyone? Onions? Because of the lockdown, there was a huge glut in the market.
Whoa, that's a big onion. Look at that. Woo!
Onions. Everybody loves onions. Onions? Onions?
Oh god, could you imagine being stuck with 28 tons of onions?
Daddy's coming home, and he's smelling of onions. By the late afternoon, he just gave up and drove the truck to his house to be with his family. However, the next day, knock knock, it's the police. Oh no, you're not here to buy some onions, are you? And they were not. So he spent the next 2 weeks in the quarantine center, and he's still looking for a buyer for the onions.
Oh no, it's so sad. Oh, this is like what I mentioned in the previous Panini video. People making their own hand sanitizer. With alcohol.
I need some hand sanitizer. When the outbreak first happened, there was one clear piece of advice from the WHO. Wash your hands. Both soap and hand sanitizer would work, but we had plenty of soap. So naturally, we panicked about the hand sanitizer. Good thinking.
That's gold. That's gold.
And panic soon.
You know, bars of soap are very underrated. They last so much longer than liquid soap. I don't understand why we still, like, prioritize liquid soap. It's so much more expensive and it doesn't last as long, and I don't know, I don't get it. You could just buy a bar of soap and it could last you, like, anywhere from a few months to, like, half a year. Why not just get bars of soap? So weird.
Turn to profit. People had seen the rush on toilet paper and they knew to get in quick. And two of the fastest shoppers in the West were entrepreneurial brothers, Matt and...
Oh, I think I saw a news article on this. Are these the people who, like, hoarded a whole bunch of sanitizer and then tried to, like, sell it for multiple times more on the internet?
Noah.
I love how it says... Hold on, wait. I love how it says, family man, family business. Ah, yes. I'm sure you're doing a whole lot of good for families everywhere.
Entrepreneurial brothers, Matt and Noah. They hopped in their truck and drove from town to town, state to state, buying up every bottle they could get their immaculately disinfected hands on. Hundreds. Grabber, grabber, grabber. By the end, thousands. 17,000 bottles in all. The plan? Sell them on eBay and Amazon at a huge markup. It was the perfect grind.
I must wait a
Well,
moment.
until the inevitable happened. Everyone got super mad. The New York Times, low on hand sanitizer themselves, decided to investigate the brothers, and they wrote an article.
Nice.
The unsterilized masses made complaints.
I don't like this one bit.
Please send the cops immediately.
And then someone went to Jeff and told. Jeff made their online accounts go to sleep. eBay followed suit. Now there was nowhere to sell their goods. Then the law got involved, and the DA said, price gouging illegal. Me angry. So
Yeah, price gouging too, it goes into effect on essential items. So in emergency situations, the definition of essential item expands to whatever that emergency entails, which in this case would be the hand sanitizer, so that actually makes sense.
So the authorities called up Matt and Noah. Hey guys. Hey, good to hear from you. You too. Afraid it's not entirely a social call though. Oh no? Yes. Price gouging illegal. Oh, so what you want? Prison or philanthropy? We're sending over a squad car now. I have decided to give back to the community. So the police pull up, the media too, and Matt and Noah announce that they will be giving it all away for free. They did an interview for television and wore this amazing shirt.
The pricing on Amazon was definitely higher than retail.
Would you say you're sorry?
No, I don't think that I would.
Yeah, of course. Oh, wait, he did later apologize. That didn't last long. Also, this is accurate. The rest of this disclaimer here. Sometimes people just, need to get their butt whooped to realize, reality, and that's true. I think that it's important that even though we are the internet and clearly have infinite power and can punish people for as long as we like, it doesn't mean just because we could that we should. Every human being deserves the opportunity to move on from their mistakes and to be able to start over, so to speak, and not feel like this one bad thing they did 5 or 10 years ago is going to haunt them for the rest of their life. I think that's totally valid, and that is a good call, internet historian, to put that disclaimer there. Thank you for saying that, because I might not have done that if you didn't.
Note. A similar thing happened in Adelaide, Australia, when a man bought up hundreds of packs of toilet paper and hand sanitizer. Then he realized he couldn't sell it, and tried to return it all back to Drake's supermarket. Drake himself told the guy to please leave.
I told him that.
He has a YouTube channel, by the way, but this did little to abate the shortage of supply and overall price gouging. But don't be too mad at these guys. They're small timers, microscopic, compared to China. Stop! Oh, sorry. What I mean is, compared to the brave heroes at the CCP. There's an outbreak. Xi Jinping, you're our only hope.
Oh God.
So a call was sent out to companies all around the world, especially in the West. We want you to send staff out to every retail store you can to buy up personal protective equipment, especially masks. And ship it all back to China. Thank you, Xi Jinping. All in a day's work. The scale here, by the way, is just ridiculous.
Millions of face masks.
3 million masks.
2.4 billion pieces of protective equipment.
Thermometers.
700,000 hazmat
All
suits.
flown out in a private jet.
We just wanted to ask you guys what all these trucks are and where they're going.
If you went out to buy a mask in January or February and noticed that there were none left, it wasn't just because there was a big rush on them. It was because there was a big export. And then when other countries had a shortage, the CCP swooped in to sell locally manufactured masks back to Europe and the United States at an escalated price. Only then later for them to be found defective and needing to be recalled.
Yikes. Yeah, there's quite a few Chinese products that work like that. You gotta be careful. See, this is why, and I know it's such a cliche, but you should check the products you buy and see where they're made. And try to aim for American if you can. Sometimes it's too expensive and I get it. But the origin of things does matter.
Got him again. Anyway, back to the hand sanitizer specifically. There was a shortage. So New York Governor Andrew Cuomo stepped in with a solution. It's up to me now. He unveiled his new line of hand sanitizer.
Open the curtain, please.
Oh god, I don't like this guy.
NYS Clean. A 75% alcohol strength concoction made by the humble citizens of Great Meadows Correctional Facility.
Floral bouquet. Little I detected lilac.
This is so freaking dystopian. This guy.
Hydrangea, tulips. What does it smell like to you? Tulip.
They were capable of producing 100,000 gallons every week. It was much cheaper than any other product on the market.
Of course, because it was made by prisoners.
Mainly because the price of labor was pretty much zero.
Yeah.
Other pharmaceutical items that disappeared fast were vitamins, cough medicine, and, critically, inhalers.
How many ohms you vaping there?
It was tough for the asthmatics, already picked on for their feeble bodies. Their weak lungs. Embarrassing. Everybody laughs at the asthmatics, even if we, pretend and say nice things to their face. The next big one would be gloves. Once they were recommended, there was a run on them too. And once those were out, there was a run on, surprisingly, condoms. The thinking man's glove.
Well, that just makes sense because people were home all the time, you know? I mean, the birth rate, I think, went down, but people were home all the time. I feel like that's obvious.
If you need to press a button on the elevator or push a trolley around the grocery store, no problem. Just use your cock. Last story.
I didn't believe it either, but there are articles and stuff, so... okay.
In a medical center in Delhi, there's a gang of monkeys scheming. Son of a bitch. I'm in. True story, right? Some red-faced rhesus macaques, tired of their situation, go rogue. They bust out of their cage and attack a researcher, snatching COVID blood sample as they make their way to the exit. Give me that. No, Mojo, no. Put that down, bad monkey. They make
Oh, I love animals.
a break for it, evading staff and guards, and leap out the window to freedom. One was later seen in a tree, chewing on one of the samples. In a further act of defiance, another was seen chewing on a surgical glove. Apparently it's become a big problem in Delhi. Monkeys everywhere. They snatch people's stuff and even break into homes.
I mean, they're monkeys. Are you surprised?
It seems that nature isn't just returning peacefully. It's come back with a vengeance. And if we intend to survive, we're gonna have to learn to fight back. So anyway, with this knowledge, we will conquer Earth and rule over it once again.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh no. It's here. And that's about it. Probably no part 3 unless something ridiculous happens, like
I mean, it might.
an autonomous zone in Portland or the government shutting off utilities. Plugging the second channel again, you bet. We've got a feature-length Sundance review coming out in a bit over a month. This one's going to be over an hour.
Oh my god, the Gentleman Pirate!
Hour long, so grab some popcorn.
Yes.
Maybe a little viewing party. Watch.
Yes! Oh, that's such a good idea. I need pizza and soda and internet historian.
Favorite streamer. This one will be more fun as a...
Yes! I always forget how to pronounce her name, but yes, I agree. You know what? I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna butcher it. I'm not gonna do that to my girl. I'm just not. I'm not gonna do that.
But before that, next week, there's a new In the Field. Thanks for watching. Stay good.
Bum, bum, bum. Normally, I would give a summary at the end of the video, but I actually have a lot of stuff in my queue right now to do. So thank you guys so much for supporting my channel, for watching my content. I love you so much and appreciate you. There's a lot more on the way, including some new content that you've never seen on this channel before, and I hope you like it.
biggest I remember Bellior said this, and I agreed with him a lot, is that WoW 2, like, WoW 1 was like vanilla to Wrath, and WoW 2 was Cataclysm to WoD, and then WoW 3 was, I would say, Legion to probably Shadowlands, and I think that WoW 4, I don't know if we're really into 4 yet, but we're getting pretty close to it, would be Dragonflight. Classic Warcraft's massive future in 2024.
Have you dreamed about World of Warcraft 2? The graphics of Unreal Engine 5, incredibly lifelike NPCs, beautiful zones, big titty Sally. That one honestly might just be me. Anyway, we've all thought about it over the years. The perfect sequel to World of Warcraft, which somehow is still the top dog after nearly 20 years. But let's be
Hateless
honest,
Heart
we
TV.
aren't getting that because
Welcome to my channel.
Hello, sir.
Hey.
Myself included, who have 20,000 hours and hundreds of useless mounts,
How are you?
mods, achievements, and all that other shit we don't ever use would be terrible.
Is it hot today?
I would be completely okay with that. As
In
somebody
your
who
place?
probably has more of that stuff than anybody else. Just let me log into the original game, but start the second one. Yep, it's time to move on. Let's go. Come on, new game.
Imagine 100,000 Asmongols marching down the street in protest. But that mentality is a really bad take from people, because all of those achievements, mounts, transmogs, and the other bullshit we've collected over the past 2 decades, those could simply be fun memories we think of as we spend another 20,000 hours collecting newer things.
3 raiders from Hateless Heart TV have joined.
Thanks for the raid, man.
Like, I think the idea of them making a WoW
Thank you,
2
guys.
is like, it's pretty much not going to happen, right? I want to see Classic Plus. Because
TNX
I think
for
that, like,
raid.
WoW has just
That
had
was
so much
on,
growth over the years. I think the original WoW was
expected.
Success of Classic
That was
Plus
unexpected.
servers like Turtle WoW, at the success of Hardcore on
Oh,
Classic.
I heard
Of
from,
course.
my friend Dylan said that
Dream was
his brother
Good.
said
Hope
that
your stream was
Joe
good.
Rogan died in
have any advice what to socket to the body armor?
Did you start the new season stuff?
No, not planning. Thanks, but no. I'll just wait for season to end, and then I'll, find the items. Normally. And I'm not the fan of grinding stuff again, so pass me out on that. Did you try it? Are the gems good?
Cavajul. Welcome to my channel. Chukad by Satin. Welcome to my channel.
Oh.
Soul Daddy. Welcome to my channel. Thema Yates. Welcome to my channel. Okay, have a good one. I'm gonna take a break.
Okay. Take care, man. Thanks for dropping by. Trample. This works. Landslide. My lord.
Cloudy Cakes. Welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Spilitagood Wolves. Welcome to my channel. Bros. Welcome to my channel. Legged Pirate. Welcome to my channel.
What the hell? Welcome again, guys. Passives. No. No. 3 points on what? Shout. No, 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 no. Any points of pumping the shit? Not really. No. No. Mm-mm. No. Hmm. I mean, not. No. No, 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 no. Just arguing with myself. Nope. 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 Wasted 2 million and just said no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Pulverize, earth skill. So if that's an earth skill, critical strike with earth skill 45. Yeah. Seems fine. Okay.
Oh, I've got more than four. All things have value, I suppose.
Shut up and take my money.
General chat of Turtle WoW, and then
So, what did Mr. What did
The
Mr.
Joys of
Headless
Motherhood,
stream?
Apocalypse Edition. Picture this. You've pushed out your own mini-me from your sacred lady garden, and now you're stuck in the worst unpaid internship of all time. It's a full-time job keeping another smaller, more idiotic version of yourself from licking sockets.
Hans Shoda, maybe? Let me see.
Vandigerche. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, hello, welcome. So Mr. Hitless Heart streamed, if I'm gonna... Oh, he streamed actually Hans Shodan. Oh wow. Surprise. I'm surprised. So... Wow. That's a lot of Hans Shodan community. Wanted for 1 hour job. Shannon's by the docks. Okay.
Smell that? That's what a damn good time smells like, my friend.
Ah, new face in town. Cross the desert alive, eh? I've a job for I need a special something. Scorpion venom glands. The little buggers pack a punch.
Feels so soft. Like a flower. Almost. Do you hear that?
Wait a minute.
It's better in here. So, quiet.
Really colorful town.
I see that look in your eye. I haven't seen this since my youth. I tracked a goblin, hoping it would lead me to the realm of endless riches. Didn't know that damn bugger was really following me. Knocked me on the head and stole my gold tooth. Here is a reward for your service.
Oh. Okay. No. No. I want this. I want...
I must wait a moment.
It's eating rocks. This is a 24/7 contract you signed in blood when your waters broke. No sick days, no holidays, no retirement. Their first word, your name. Their first step, towards you. Your first thoughts after giving birth, what the fuck? Of course, there's love involved too, from shoving organic carrot-scented slop into their face holes to hoping your threats and feigned affections will stop them from morphing into sociopaths that eventually bleach your drinking water. But you also need a safe and supportive environment that you'll have to conjure out of thin air. But let's spark a big fat crack pipe of a question. What if the world shat itself inside out like an extra cheesy gordita crunch apocalypse? Civilization has crashed harder than an influencer's career post-racist tweet. What's your game plan for raising your little bundle of joy in this godforsaken hellscape? Let's find out. Today we're plunging headfirst into the asshole of the rotting flesh pinata known as Project Zomboid. Get your Bible and crucifixes cause we're knee-deep in some unholy shit. We're playing the babies mod, or as I affectionately call it, stillborns, because these kiddos look deader than your prospects of a bright future. Slightly less distressing when you stumble over the little guy and boot it through a window. Honestly, it brings a new meaning to children should be seen, not heard. Time to see what happens when you mix zombies, opioids, and a diaper bag. But first, look who it is. That's right, yours truly. Forcibly stuffed by the sadists over at Makeshift. I'm out of the digital dumpster and into your grimy, fleshy 3D reality. Now I can take romantically long existential walks on the beach like I'm on a Tinder date with your mom. Death-defying skydives because I obviously value my life, and giving you the side-eye from that weird dark corner of your room you never bother to clean. I'm about to become a monument of judgment on your dusty shelf, silently judging your weeaboo lifestyle, anime collection, and excessive snacking. But here's the catch, ladies, gents, and genders to be determined. It's all or nothing on funding. If we don't hit 100%, it'll be canceled faster than a groomer in a PTA meeting. Once that timer hits the big zero, the nurse plush is going to be gone for good. So click the link in the description and grab one today. We begin at the Louville Hospital. By some divine stroke of luck or suspiciously convenient for today's plot, all the zombies have disappeared. But look, we aren't entirely alone. Here inside the maternity ward, we've got a freshly minted MILF, mildly interesting lactating female.
I have a child now, and it's been a time. The joy of birth is something to behold. Are you ready for an unhinged Friday night stream? But anyway, this is my son. I think it's my son. I don't know.
Yeah, good politics. I'm not dead yet, you vouchers. No one deserves. Hey,
Not to sound ungrateful, but the water's rising. The rival was encroaching into our territory. We voiced our displeasure. We got buried in the sand up to our teeth. Politics. Oh, much obliged. Trust me, stranger. The gang that did this is bad news. For Gayakul, for all of us. It's best for everyone that they're stopped. Come, help me find the blade. Wouldn't want you protecting me like some... I'm not ready yet. Wait a moment. Here we are. This will do nicely. Now I may be of some use. Let us hurry before they realize I am free. I must wait a moment.
Yazir? But how?
Damn right. Go. Meet you by the land bridge. I must wait a moment. Already I am plagued with visions of his spirit. We can thank our new friend later, Yakub. So, you're alive, brother? Wait for me by the bridge, you idiot. Horus thought you'd outlive me. We will avenge you, Cousin Nassim. That's everyone. Let's meet them by the land bridge. Greetings. Hello. Hello. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. Yes, and now it's yours too. You've done us and you'll always have friends. We need to lay low. We're wounded, but thanks to you.
Thank you, friend.
Oh, yes. I must wait a moment.
Oh. Hold on, we can remove the baby from the carrier. Okay, hold on. Why are there two babies? Give me a second. I can. Oh, what? No, I know what you're thinking. Why does that baby look so much like me? I can explain. No, I can't actually explain. Name the baby Typhoon Jr. All right, I'm gonna name the baby.
Welcome to my channel.
Jr. Being a new mother to identical twins came with its challenges. There was a lot I had to learn.
We're gonna place the baby in the. Oh God! I dropped.
Kao što vidiš, na kanalu su svi mutirani s imenom. Dosta depresivno.
I'm not ready yet.
Drop the baby. Oh God, I'm sorry.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
I'm so sorry. Hold on. We're just gonna put this child in the carrier. I don't have any names for them. You know, they just came out of the oven. Yeah, this one is Typhoon Jr. You know why? Because it has a blue cap. David the gnome. Milk is the father. Oh my God. It's David Jr. You're right. How could I forget? It's all coming back to me now. I'm starving for some crack. Oh wow. Exactly what I need. Am I illiterate? Oh no, I can read. Chat is the father? Oh. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Who in chat is the father? That's just way too many people. Run, chat. Where are you going? I thought you were the father. I don't understand.
It's Valentino.
Oh, Valentino.
Getting two babies. Here is some child support.
Oh my God. Thank you, Valentino. Maybe you know what? This is Valentino Jr. That's how it's gonna work. You get name rights. Am I starving right now? Oh yes, right. New mothers, you know, they have quite an appetite. So I'm gonna need to go to the cafeteria now. S7 Robin says she 100% stole that baby. What are you talking about? Competitive birthing. First of all, nobody can beat my record. Oh, crystal meth. Perfect. I will take care of the children. We're gonna get out of the hospital because it's quite dangerous in here. The staff really appears that they want the child back, but you know, like I said before, this is my baby. I found it first. Finders keepers. Maybe I should go blasting with my child. Maybe, you know, baby's first pistol, baby's first shotgun experience. There's two babies. There is two babies. In fact, let me put my second child in the tote bag. I think that would be best. Making some changes, made some secondary channels. Also, Nurse Plushie, check the community tab and or my Twitter. These are my babies. Excuse me, I found them first. These are my children. What are you talking about? What mod is this? This is called the Babies mod. It's just babies on the workshop. We need to change some diapers, maybe? I don't know. How does this work? Whoops, I dropped the baby. Hold on. Let's put the baby in the tote bag. There we go. Wraps for Christ. Perfect for my child. Let's change our clothes. Let's look more like a powder shark. A branding iron. Should I brand my child? Maybe not. No, that would be a little bit too much. We need this. Mama's got a habit. There's a severe lack of crack pipes. What's with all the jar? Wraps for Christ. Can't leave without that. You know, we're just shopping. You know how mothers are. Shopping for hours. What the fuck is going on here? Bob Ross? I look like an escape. Oh God. I look like an escaped prisoner. Mommy Nurse, is that you, child, talking to me through the chat? Your first words! Your first words. I'm so proud of you. Can I put this in my backpack?
Feed us.
Feed you? Oh, well, I have juju bees. Would you like some juju bees? I'm sure the choking hazard is just for show.
Bleach bath.
A bleach bath? Oh my god.
Meth.
Oh,
Meth.
yeah.
No, no, it's not for you.
Muhtemelen.
Neymiş?
Aha. No. Radim još pomozi mi reći sutra bez večeras sutra ja.
Ne piše. Ja mi ono Nike.
Ne znam, ti mi reci. Minuta, ja bit ću tu.
Wait a moment.
Oh my lord. Oh. Oh no. Mushroom. I see.
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
We met again. Darkness, my friend. To talk with you again. Because the vision softly creeping. This is why I was sleeping. Yes. And the vision that was planted in my brain. Strength. Okay.
I must wait a moment.
Please, I need water. I'm exhausted. I thought I could make it. To see Omat's may accurate guide and protect you.
Let me see.
Gonna raid my friend. Be kind to her. Want to go AFK for an hour or so?
Wait. Does it look like that? Raid. It should.
You already know how short you are. What? No, you don't. Don't worry about it. No one has any idea.
Raid Little Wolfie.
Ah, the enemy's
Nope.
rude. Nice little double team action. I get it. I've never seen Sword Art online. I think I know what it's about. You think if you live in a fantasy world, that means, like, you know, you don't always have to work, or at least it would depends on the world, right? If you got magic that can do half the stuff for you, you could be lazy.
I don't speak Russian. I don't speak Russian.
Oh! Alright.
I'm from Serbia.
Hey, Astra.
I'm from Serbia. I'm from
You would never be able to meet your family or friends again. Oh.
What?
Oh, so you just, like, get isekai'd into, like, a...
What do you say?
Let me check again.
A shoe cobbler? Sounds pretty good. I mean, I would like to meet all my friends. I mean, to be honest, even in my own like story lore wise, I can't even use magic properly there, and that's like my own thing. I got control over. I can fit what? Hey. Wow. Alright, there's gotta be some hidden loot around here, right? For me? Oh, there it is. Alright, I'll be taking that. Cheers. I get to fight my first boss soon. Hey! Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Snake. You waited to take a nap? Oh, bless your heart. I hope you had a good stream. Aw. I hope you have a wonderful nap, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the raid. Aw.
Done. Done and done. Okay. Momci.
Begaš, a?
Maj, poslao mi jedan lik, neki streamer, Hunter, poslao mi 5 eura čovjek.
Šta ti
redovno, da. Aj vidi, dešava se. I ono, nisam teo bez veze, znaš, ono, samo da ugasim kanal ili samo dodem, ono, guzicom da zatvorim vrata i pošaljem ih jednom poznanih. Tamo sam radio raid. Idem da odspavam jedno sat vremena ako budem mogao, pred posla. Ako budem mogao. Već je dobro.
Pozdrav.
Čujete se, momci. Ne daj Milanu da ti mozak ispira. Buš. Buš. So yeah, be back in an hour.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel. Bruce. Welcome to my channel.
fire.
Fine. Barely a scratch.
I'm gonna take it down to 2. Okay. Still maybe a little bit too fast. Take it down to 1. Okay, that's better.
You ever hear about the North Pole?
North Pole?
Yeah.
That old fairy tale?
Yeah. Like this ward. Old white guy founds it. Food and fresh water,
Okay.
everyone gets along. That sounds like the fairy tale to me.
I might want to try to change some other stuff, but I'm not going to worry about it right now.
I just hope they got a few supplies for trade.
Boomerang on 3K
Otherwise, we won't
DPI.
last much longer out here.
Yeah, I probably should do that, actually.
You think people
I'm going to see
actually
how
live
this
like
works.
What's...
When you
I'm
only...
not sure.
Oh, I thought it said
I don't
length
know
to the
what's
vest.
in that
Oh.
Fulton's original blend, but I never seen nobody that happy before. Not in real life.
When I take my gun out, I'm ready to shoot some people. Oh shit, here it comes. Okay, let's go. So there's the rolls right there. And this is running.
Yeah.
Hold down shift. Okay, and I can look at the map, it'll tell me where to go.
Great. We can't turn back now. We don't know where to go.
What do you mean we can't turn back? Okay, let's look at the map. Okay. Ooh, okay. Do a little bit of climbing. Oh shit.
It's about
Got him.
time. What took you?
Field of view is wild. Yeah, I can change it more. Okay, what's this? Blood root. These were in the game in the first game. Okay, so I can punch as well.
Look at this. What happened to these poor bastards?
Hello. Had to try, right? Okay.
Yes.
So I can't destroy this.
Can't let it go to waste. Use it on that bum ankle of yours.
Oh. So that's like a slow heal over time. Okay. Where they at? Where they at? I'll pop them off as soon as I need to. Oh, we got some red boys over here. This gotta be it. Please your stamina while in combat. Oh, while in combat. That's so good. Elden Ring did this. I was so happy about it. Oh shit. First game, bro, like ammo was a bitch. So I'm already conserving. Like, I'm conserving on literally the first mob. This looks great. Oh, wow. Let's go down the red. Which way do we go? Can I go down this way? Oh, no, I can't. Okay, well, never mind. I thought there was two different options. Okay. You know there's going to be a dick boy here.
I'm, starting to think looking for this board
Okay, let's see if there's something over on the other side. No, nothing. Okay. Yeah, she has COVID. That's what these red things are, COVID. Oh, wow. A wide open circular area. I sure hope there's not a boss or some sort of encounter in here.
out here.
Man, I really hope there's not a bunch of mobs that we have to fight in
Retrace
here.
our steps. We can find another way.
I'm not ready yet.
Dude! Oh my god, there's so many of them! Oh shit, I died!
No!
I'm not ready yet. Ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
People of Kyrgyzstan, faithful children of Akarats. For too long, the vile priestess Hadar and her devils have burned our souls, raised our hopes, crucified our loved ones. They serve not Akarats, but the Lord of Hatred himself. No more! On the first dawn of the new moon, join us at the stronghold gates. We will banish this evil together and live in the light once again.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. A memory.
Our walls are breached! Oh, this is madness! We will not survive! We'll sacrifice ourselves before our home!
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm out of spirit. My bags are full. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I need more spirit. I'm not ready yet. Hello. I must wait a moment.
Did I?
Not today, assholes! Hey, this is 3, by the way. You know, right here makes for 3.
This is part of it. I was supposed to die, right?
I must wait.
Man.
Hey, listen.
Unusual.
For what it's
but
worth,
a good addition to my wares.
you were a good friend.
Dude,
You were a good friend.
Oh, that's an elite one.
Always smart.
That's it?
To
Wait,
buy
what the fuck?
surprise inventory.
So, I still don't understand how I survived being stabbed directly through the chest. I feel like I'm, like, dead. Plot armor? It's not plot armor, it's the power of friendship.
You're safe. Whoa, hold up. We're friends. We're here to help.
Can't hold this forever, Bo.
There's that. Come back if you need the forge.
Oh, it's the heals.
Thanks. Who are you?
Questions later.
I
We
must
gotta get
wait a
moving.
moment.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
You'll do just fine in Gecko.
That's all I got. You're on your own now.
Hey, we still got each other.
Right. Follow
I
us.
wondered what happened to that
That won't be
shipment.
the last of them.
Guess our reward is in
So-
order.
Okay, so that was, I died on purpose, guys, because I knew that was part of the game, so I wanted to die just to keep things going.
Ruder thick down here.
Must be what I felt back at the ward. Wait. You're from the ward?
The ward's like the base, right? That's what it was in the first game.
Yeah, it's not far from here. The way down collapsed behind us. We're gonna have to find another way out.
I need to upgrade this gun. I can almost one-tap him. Bro, where these pussy boys at? Fuck you! Ugh. Fuck you! That guy shot me! Wait, oh shit, they're coming in from... Oh. Oh, that's their head. I didn't even notice that. Wait, why is my health going down? Bro, he trying to dodge? You're not Neo. Fuck out of here, pussy. Oh, I thought that thing spawned on me. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? Got him. Is there any more over here? Nope. You fucking piece of shit! God damn it! Where they at? I really need to not run in like that. Like, that's probably a mistake.
I'm not ready
Okay,
yet.
let's go.
Low on spirit.
shot was in the first game. We'll see. I don't think so. Bro, he's moving so fucking much. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna let her tank. Jesus Christ, he's going after me. Bro, tank him!
It's a shooter like no other. Challenging, thought-provoking, and oh so satisfying. My name is Kodiak, this is Legacy Gaming, and after 150 hours of liberating worlds and slaying powerful bosses, we're sharing our brutally honest review for Gunfire Games' new title, Remnant 2. A huge thank you to the developers Gunfire Games and Gearbox Publishing for giving our entire team early access to Remnant 2. It's rare that all three members of our team get a chance to play a game early, so when the opportunity arose, we jumped at the chance. If you've been following the channel, then you already know quite a bit about Remnant 2, but for those of you just learning about the game for the first time, this video is for you. Remnant 2 is a third-person adventure shooter. It's a game that's unique and pulls elements from other genres, which is why it's hard to pin down exactly what it is. You'll be introduced to Souls-like elements, such as the challenging enemies and often one-shot mechanics they employ to keep you on your toes. There's also a huge emphasis on loot and build crafting thanks to the game's incredible variety of weapons, mod powers, and skills. Finally, there's the classic experience of adventure, clearing worlds filled with corruption, uncovering secrets, and pushing forward into the unknown. There's truly no other game like Remnant 2, and while it is a sequel to the developer's first game, Remnant from the Ashes, it's a step up in almost every way imaginable.
That name should have made you fall to your knees in reverence. We brought forth a golden age, and what was my reward? Trapped in this room. But you're no peasant, are you? First, we need a suitable vessel for my transfer. Did he tell you how he was defiling me? Do I look like an outhouse? The amount of... what a question. There are no words to make you comprehend if you did not behold it firsthand. The very colors were different, more vibrant. You could taste magics in the air. The people did not cower and scrape by. The very hells bent to our wills. Everything seemed possible then. This world left over is but a husk. Such is a long history. Many wars were... I crawled here. My mortal shell was spent. So I possessed the shrine. I had intended this to be a temple.
We'll get to the action, but first I think we need to start with the game's story, the backdrop for the entire adventure. The game is broken down into really two tiers of storytelling. The macro story that connects the entire experience and provides that through line from beginning to end, and the specific world stories that change depending on your individual experience. From our perspective, the world stories manage to captivate us, and while not always incredibly deep, there's a magic and mystery to them that lore fanatics will love. Part of the reason they work is because they're self-contained within a specific world. Those stories don't exist outside of the individual walls of a place like Yesha, which makes it easier to latch onto. Couple that with the fact that your playthrough might have one storyline and mine might have another, and there's an element of randomness that you don't often find in a narrative experience. The strange people and creatures you meet along the way in these worlds are interesting, vividly designed, and for the most part, memorable. I might not be able to pronounce every one of their names, but that's not a new phenomenon. Each character is also voiced by a clearly talented actor or actress, and more often than not, you're greeted with a really impressive range of dialogue lines that you don't often find in video games.
It is death, foreigner, at least for you. Swift and immediate.
The macro story is a bit less thrilling, but still a step up from the story in Remnant from the Ashes. Obviously, we're not going to spoil anything here, but as you move through the story, you'll return to a place called the Labyrinth, and that through line will continue to pull you towards an inevitable conclusion. The real challenge with this overarching story is the gap between major beats. You could spend days clearing out a world, and by the time you reach that next significant major story moment, you might have forgotten where you left off. It's a necessary evil given the way Remnant 2 is structured and designed, with gameplay clearly at the center. But if you're the type of player that craves a super compelling main narrative in your game, this might not scratch that itch. That being said, as someone that was an avid fan of the first game and its lore, Livid wanted me to assure Remnant from the Ashes fans that both the lore and the conclusion of this game are far more satisfying than the first, and that's important as the game is far from over once you defeat the final boss. Sure, the story has a definitive conclusion in a way, but the journey is getting started. Before we can break down any individual Remnant 2 system, we have to first understand the gameplay loop. If you get nothing else out of this video, I want you to walk away understanding how the developers designed the game to be played. First and foremost, this is not a looter shooter, and while there are Souls-like elements in the game, Remnant 2 is uniquely its own thing. The game starts with a simple choice: what difficulty do you want to play? And apart from some flavor text, it's hard to know how each option changes your experience. I like to describe Remnant 2's difficulty as stepping stones. You can play on Survivor, the easiest mode, and level up your character, gaining gear and trait points all the while. This will allow you to step into the next mode, Veteran, and continue increasing your power. That process continues until you feel more comfortable and can eventually try your hand in the Nightmare difficulty, and then, if you're up for the insane challenge, Apocalypse. The experience isn't fluid. You can't just change the difficulty based on whatever challenge is currently standing in front of you. And that's a change from the norm within a lot of games nowadays. Within a single campaign run, you aren't going to experience everything the game has to offer. In fact, it's a guarantee that you won't experience all the tile sets within each individual world. And you definitely won't run across all of the items. The game just isn't built like that, and you're meant to reroll your campaign or jump into adventure mode to play through different worlds again for an opportunity at new experiences and loot. While in campaign mode, you'll play through all of the different worlds and through that, experience the overarching story. However, in adventure mode, you'll have the ability to re-roll a specific world, and that means an entirely new tile set and experience, but without needing to progress the storyline. If you play the campaign and stop there, you're honestly missing out on a ton of developed content, including different bosses, new weapons, new mod powers, different storylines, and a ton of secrets. If I had to put a number on it, I'd say you've only touched about 20 or 25% of the developed content in one run. The joy of playing Remnant 2 is in the exploration, but it's all tied to the journey, taking you from fledgling survivor to near unstoppable force. Now that we understand the gameplay loop, let's talk about some of the individual systems that make up the game's structure and talk about if they hit the mark, starting with archetypes. You might refer to these as classes, but they're central to understanding how Remnant 2 gives your character identity within the game.
Welcome to my channel.
Each archetype is tied to a specific archetype item, and to access that class, you simply need to slot the item. There's a flexibility here, and you can slot and unslot that item to mess around with various primary and sub-archetypes as you begin to experiment with your build crafting. We're not going to go into too much detail here, simply because we've covered archetypes in a number of other videos, but at a high level, there are at least 7 that we know of, 4 of which are available at the start of the game. The Hunter is your long-range weapons expert with the ability to mark targets and increase the damage enemies receive. The Handler, alongside a trusty dog companion, introduces the first pet class into Remnant. That furry friend can damage, tank, heal, and even revive downed allies, providing the ultimate flexibility. The Challenger is the true frontline fighter that's built around the idea of survivability and sustain. They come equipped with heavy armor and one of the coolest early game melee weapons you'll find. There's also the Medic, my personal favorite archetype in the game. Starting out with a light machine gun and the ability to heal on demand, it combines the best of both worlds, firepower and survivability, and can hold its own in solo or group play. If you pre-ordered the game, you'll also have access to the Gunslinger as a starting option. This is your classic gun-touting, DPS-focused archetype that excels at dealing with multiple targets. He also has the added bonus of being able to generate additional ammo for your team. We'll have a full video sharing exactly how to unlock the Gunslinger the normal way, so keep your eyes peeled for that. We also know of 2 additional archetypes in the game, but we're not going to spoil those for you since discovering them is part of the fun. Archetypes come with their own unique trait, which provides a powerful passive buff to your character. This levels up alongside your normal progression, and once it reaches level 10, it's included in the general trait pool, allowing you to allocate points into it regardless of what archetype item you have equipped. You'll also have an array of 3 powerful and unique skills. You can have 1 active at any time per archetype equipped, and swap between them so long as you're not in combat. These run the gamut of insanely powerful DPS abilities, team-saving heals, and even provide you with sustain to survive an onslaught of enemies. There are also passive perks that provide you and your team with a number of benefits that align with the specific archetype you're using, including a powerful Prime perk, which is the crown jewel of your class identity, enhancing your character with a powerful buff. For the most part, you won't think twice about these, but you'll definitely notice their effect. Archetypes have evolved significantly since the first game, and the combination of traits, skills, and perks give each class their own unique flair. When you consider that you can also combine 2 individual archetypes and create a dual archetype, it creates a level of class flexibility that you don't often see in a video game. If all of a sudden you want to tap into the Challenger's powerful Prime perk, you simply slot that archetype item and build around it. Likewise, if you're getting bored of playing the Hunter and want to change it up, you can do that with relative ease, and that's the beauty of the system. So we understand the gameplay loop, we've picked an archetype. I guess the only thing to do is activate the World Stone and see which world we end up in. One of the unique things about the game is that your starting world is random. You could end up in the lush and deadly forests of Yeisha, or crawling around the sewers of the drab world of Losum. It's entirely up to chance. At launch, there are 5 worlds players will have access to. Earth, home to Ward 13, your base of operations. The Labyrinth, the connecting thread between realities. Geisha, a world returning from the first game and home to the goat-like Pan race. Losa, which is split into 2 sides, the Fae side, ornate and filled with deadly splendor, and the Dran side, a dark and dreary world clearly inspired by games like Bloodborne. There's also Nerud, a strange alien world filled with deadly technology and creepy bugs. And of course, we won't ruin the final world for you since it's tied to the main story. What I think is important about each of these worlds is that they feel unique. That was the case with Remnant from the Ashes, but from a design perspective, the team really kicked things.
Summon Loki into the vessel. They will lay the grounds for the nest. Try to keep the vessel alive. Living
Wannabe Megamer friend. Welcome to my channel.
the sign of possession has taken place. The vessel can be unbound at this point, and the demon bent to your will through binding ritual. Didn't believe him at first. Actually works quite effectively.
Welcome to my channel.
Things into high gear with Remnant 2. What I personally found most impressive was how much the team managed to pack into each space, and I'm talking about the little things and the big things. Within each world, there's also plenty of variety, and that's important because if they use the same technique across every tile set, that experience would lose that special something that makes moving from zone to zone unique. Everything has been amplified in Remnant 2, and it's most notable in the scale and scope of each tile set. Everything is bigger and more fully realized. You could be moving through a cramped back alley on Losum, exploring a crumbling temple on Geisha, or exposed on the desolate surface of Nerud. The team uses some clever procedural generation to ensure that no 2 experiences on any one tile set are ever the same, and while your world and my world may have the same named map, that doesn't mean it will lay out the same way. If you hear the word procedural generation and immediately think of a lifeless and unoriginal game, don't panic, because woven into the tapestry are plenty of handcrafted set pieces that anchor the experience. Think of it this way: you're on a map, and that map is always going to have one specific handcrafted element, but everything else around that element, including the lead-up, is procedurally generated. That's a pretty smart technique, one I don't think I've ever seen in a video game before. It helps alleviate some of the concerns of repetitive layouts from the first game, while still injecting the right tailor-made content meant to enhance the player's experience. Sprinkled throughout each of the worlds is also a myriad of puzzles, and we're talking next-level brain twisters that will test your wit and reward you with incredible prizes. I don't want to reveal too much, but let's just say the team isn't afraid to sneak in an invisible wall and really rely on lore books to provide important clues to solving some of the game's biggest mysteries. Truthfully, the worlds won us all over. They're dense and rich with interesting things to see and interact with. Stumbling upon a secret feels special, and solving that riddle is equally rewarding. While I think a fair number of people will focus on the progression and combat when judging the game, I think the worlds play just as big, if not a bigger part in shaping the entire Remnant 2 experience. Those not taking that extra time to explore every nook and cranny are missing out on a significant aspect of the game. There's a lot shaping the gameplay experience with Remnant 2, but none are more consequential than your character's progression. The character you create will be with you for dozens, if not hundreds of hours, and it was clear nailing the way players level up, acquire gear, and build out their character was a central tenet for the developers. The progression is mostly tied to items. The team has expanded what a character can equip to include a long gun, a handgun, a melee weapon, 4 pieces of armor, 4 rings, a necklace, and a relic. Most weapons can slot one or both of the following. A mutator, which has a significant effect to your weapon. Think of them as customizable and upgradable set bonuses, often changing your gameplay experience with that weapon. To unlock Mutator, players will have to defeat powerful aberrations, which are special elites, placed strategically on certain maps. They're no joke, but their rewards provide insanely powerful bonuses to your gear, and to sweeten the deal, they can even be upgraded to increase their potency. You can also slot mod powers, which are essentially abilities tied specifically to the gun it's equipped on. This is where Gunfire's creativity really takes over. Some of the things you can do with these mods, it's really wild. I don't want to show off too many of them in this review because they're fun to discover on your own. Just know that they're a powerful X factor when it comes to building out your character. It's also worth pointing out that some mods can't be removed from specific weapons because of their unique interaction. We actually talk about the crazy amount of build potential Remnant 2 presents in another video, so I won't...
Što igraš sa randomsima ako ti se ne sviđa kako igram?
Samo ovo je mogu da zapalim I da odem.
A to?
Nemaš ovaj apekat je mnogo dobro sve.
Obični apekat.
Da.
Sasvim slučajno ima baš dosta skinova za njega, znaš.
Pa znam.
Da mislim I Krajtek zna da je dobar revolver. Šteta što će ga narkovati.
Ja znam.
Za početak rekao sam Fenin, a sljedeći korak je, bit će s 2 ruke će ga držati. Jesi vidio animaciju za onaj...
Sve 2 ruke da drže apekat. Što ne ima ono?
Jesi ti normalan? Pa znaš li koji je ekvivalent tome aperkatu?
Koji?
Magnum 500 prilike. To je ekvivalent. Pošto je ovo oružje na crni bar u suštini taj aperkat. Aperkat je kopija Colt Draguna.
Zbog čega im neki Steiner je plakao I ovo šta?
Ne, Steiner plakao, šta ti nije jasno? Nema logike da revolver sa tako jakim barutnim punjenjem možda držiš s jednom rukom, jesi ti zdrav čovjek. Ko još drži ručni top u ruci sa jednom rukom? Ili si gledao možda onaj film kako se zove jebeni... O majku ti jebem. Jesi gledao onaj film gdje ona glumica kako se zove...
Ti ne možeš se sjetiš, teško nisam gledao.
Pamela Anderson glumi onu... Kako zove, Barbed ja mislim da je. Stranger.
Ljudi, gdje ste ljudi?
Gdje Rara?
Pa šta radite ljudi?
Evo, opuštamo se malo.
Evo, ja bi tu sa vama.
Dobro došli.
Hvala.
Bolje vas našli.
Kako bi ovo na posao?
Mnogo sa srećom.
Kako?
Šipku.
Bio sam danas da ste šišali mnogo sa srećom.
Ja rekao da šipku nemaš.
Ako ti je šišanje se čuje, to je sjajno.
Kako ne, brat.
Još komenice. A?
Patlıcan za posle.
A, pa ja sam odliš, što je tamo?
I ovo, rezani hleb.
Odliš.
Da stavim sve u prizreću.
Pa rez ne mora staviš u priži.
A samo već je izrezan, samo će staviti to na njega.
Dobro.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Počne kiša da pada, majko.
Be, kod mene to nema.
Pa dobro, bolje malo da padne.
Ti smakovi svijeta kod mene još uvijek.
Bolje da pada nego da ne pada, a?
Bolje, bolje.
Pada, što to pada, Vlada.
Nemoj tako. Nije Vlada zaslužio da mu kažeš da pada. Ti je Vlada liči na nekog posrnulog alkoholičara.
Ne znam,
Nisam to da vređam Vladu, nego Nenad, stvarno si bezosjećajan.
Ja bezosjećajan.
Ti. Jel ti Vlada liči na nekog ko pada?
Ne, pada Vlada.
Ne, pada.
Znači ti si za Vučića.
Ko ja? Ja sam čovječa političan.
Vlada nije. Vlada nije, Boga mi. Vlada išao da protestuje i da štrajkuje više puta.
A sad će vam povećaju plate, Vlada?
Pa ne bi rekao, ne znam, nisam ništa čuo.
Za 5%.
Za 5%, a?
A su se pretrgli.
A kasnije tamo mislim 10-15% ide u decembru. Ali to samo u javnom sektoru.
Da to nije malo, Nenad.
Pa slušaj...
Pa jeste, plate mora budu minimalno 90.000 da bi moglo da se živi kako treba.
Ja sam pričao neki... Koji ja posao radim i koliko sam...
Meni, gdje će povećaju plate kod
nas?
Da. Znači još da zatvorili 15 malo prole. Te 4 su već zatvorili zato što su totalno neprofitabilne.
A gdje pada kiša u Vojvodini je stigao?
Boga mi dobro šiba. To da vam kažem.
Treba da padne baš jaka kiša i da ima more.
Samo da se ne izduva kod nas.
Idem ako hoće Saša malo da me izmasira, opasno me bole krčine. Sinoć, noćas ništa nisam spavala. Od nekog rakuljko, ne, samo ova make, kad samo da krhaju po dvorištu. Ovo je tako prepoklo mlado i kaže imaju asmu.
Nemaju asmu, nego odlaka se.
Duša izgledala.
Ona ode pobijama mačići, ona dole.
A danas sam me uhvatilo i ispadne bi ova kesa.
La, odem li u Venuću, ostanem li poludeću. Jedva vidim da je
Hvala.
Ameno dorine.
O jebote.
Mas.
Jebem ti agio.
Mas.
Bog je ljut na nas.
Na Siviju?
Na...
Ili na čovječanstvo?
Na čovječanstvo. Upravo tako.
Be, te super oluje ja nisam ni vidio. Šta ovo imbecile radi? Šta ti radiš? Govno jedno. Glupavo i glupavo.
Moj ne da si ljut tako. Oh no.
You odmah leave. Odmah leave.
Šta li?
Neka ga zovem da ne ide tamo, ne može.
There's a lucky find, eh?
Willpower, dexterity, lucky hit, basic skill damage.
Ne više healova,
brother.
chill.
Why not try another? Just tell your friends where you got it. Why not try another?
What a scam.
Smo je po ljudi da odemo na bounty. On se čovjek vratio te compoundu nazad.
No. Što je?
Možeš otvoriti.
Otvori ti, kad si već došao da mi kažeš što, molim te, otvori. Ja žalim da gledam kad je stala ti. Iskreno nije pala ni kapi.
Kako nije, bro? Evo vidim. Kada ti je ubacilo vodu?
Kad je ono bilo... Kad je ono uveče nestala bila struje, ja se ne mogu sjetiti. Ja znam da nisam tad radio bio, nisam sad jedno godišnje. Kad smo upali ono šterik bilo.
Da, jes.
A tad sam došao s posla u 10, je tako bilo?
Jes.
Jest. Ja mislim da je firmi, oni dvi struju iz Vrbasa, iz Stava toga, mislim da sam pravo.
A isto kao mi.
No je palo na pamet, ako bude jako oluja. A svaki put izvio sam i kad je struja isto zablicala.
Dobro, samo kad nije, kako nije.
Ma.
Znaš kakva je sad bilo da već? Pa jesi, ne znam jesi li u toku.
Ne znam
šta je bilo
Hrvatsku, Sloveniju i ođe.
Ne, ali sam vidio što je bilo prethodnih dana.
Ama je, pa to haos bio.
Brother. Oof. This is really...
We'll dive into the nuts and bolts of why it's so impressive, but after 150 hours with the game, I'm happy to report, yeah, it's just as interesting as we had hoped. Your starting archetype will dictate your armor and starting weapons.
Welcome
but
to
soon,
my channel.
And I mean very soon after playing, your bags will be filled with all sorts of items to test out. Rings and amulets can often be found just by exploring each tile set. Sometimes they're slightly out of sight, which is why using the newly introduced map system is so important, because it clearly shows where you've been and where you still have left to discover. With 5 pieces of jewelry to take advantage of, this is where a bulk of your buffs will come from. There are plenty of straightforward pieces of gear that increase something like your experience gain, or even overall damage, but there are also items that buff your character in unexpected ways. The name of the game is Exploration and Experimentation, and you'll find that to be a core theme throughout. Some items, though, are just a bit more special. Every time you kill a boss in Remnant 2, you're rewarded with a crafting item. If you take that item back to Ward 13, you can use it to create a unique item, either a weapon or a mod power, depending on the boss item you pick up. Every boss rewards something different, but the resulting item is usually tied somehow to an aspect of that boss, such as a mod power that replicates a boss's signature ability. World bosses also have multiple...
What impertinence! This vessel shall house me until more permanent arrangements can be found. My Athenaeum holds the answers. Questai nornu, wendo tai ure. Tight fit, but it serves. Now, pick me up. I need to locate our old Athenaeum, assuming the Vizjaktar didn't sack that too. It's located... I no longer recognize this land. Bring me to Kaldi, so I may get my bearings.
ways to kill them, and as such, have different rewards based on how you dispatch them. It was the same way in Remnant 1, and continues to be a really compelling carrot on a stick. You never know what you're gonna get, so that brief period of mystery between defeating a boss and turning in an item creates just enough time for anticipation to reach critical mass. The rewards aren't cookie cutter either. The team made a reputation for themselves in Remnant 1, creating some really unique weapons, and they managed to hit that mark once again. Gearing also includes all-important relics, which have undergone a transformation of their own. In Remnant 1, there was one option, the Dragon Heart, and it was your primary way to heal during combat. Now, there are many more to choose from, and they each have their own unique effects. Some heal, others heal over time, others still provide a massive overshield. It's slight variations on the theme that provide more flexibility based on your playstyle, build strategy, and group composition. Finally, we can't forget about armor, which I'll admit doesn't play nearly as big a role in Remnant 2, but for the right reasons. Defense and resistances, that's all they bring to the table, but both are important aspects of your character's loadout. Depending on the armor you wear, you'll also have to deal with any adverse effects of its weight. Light armor provides less protection, but takes less of a toll on your dodging and stamina, whereas heavy armor does the opposite. Creating armor this way was a direct result of armor sets limiting build potential in the first game, and I'll be honest, it's great to unlock a new set of armor and not have to worry as much if you're going to mess up your build. There are a lot of cool sets to discover in the game, and I don't think I'm overstepping by saying our whole team is pretty excited that the developers are taking players' desires to look cool more seriously. Finally, we can't forget about traits. We touched on them a bit during the archetype part of this video, but as you discover trait books throughout the world, you'll place points in various traits that enhance aspects of your character. You'll start with a small selection of choices, but as you complete quests in the world, you'll unlock a bigger variety. Unlike the first game, you won't receive an endless amount of trait points, capping out around 85. But you can respec for some scrap, which means you're never truly locked into your decisions. These trait points are far more potent than they were in Remnant from the Ashes, and you have to consider we had somewhere around 200 from that first game. If this all feels a bit overwhelming, I get it, and if we didn't have so much time with the game, I would say we feel the exact same way. But trust me when I say the flexibility to create a really cool character is one of the pillars that makes Remnant 2 what it is. The key is to not get comfortable with what you know, and to experiment with all the different items that you receive, because inevitably, a combination you try out might be more potent than you initially think. From the weapon variety to the incredible mod powers you can tap into, to the overwhelming amount of loot you can obtain, I can without a doubt say that Remnant 2's progression is some of the most well thought out and satisfying in any game we've ever played. The gear will come with time, but the only way to really acquire your treasure trove is to fight like hell to claim it as your own. There's no denying it. A lot of people thought the first game's combat was a little clunky, but the good news is, Remnant 2's action is silky smooth, and from the moment you pick up your first gun, to the sheer panic of trying to avoid a barrage of boss abilities, the action is top tier. When Remnant 2's combat is at its absolute best is when you're playing into all of the tropes, using your weapon, shooting off mod powers, and activating skills to bring your enemies to heal. The chaos is part of the fun, and that's where the game's roots as a shooter are apparent. The action is just paced more quickly, and there's a learning curve as your brain adjusts for the difficulty of a Souls-like experience, but the tempo of a gun-based game. One large question mark going into Remnant 2 was around melee combat. The team promised a more meaningful system this time around, even going so far as to say players could build their characters around melee weapons, and they deliver. Some of the melee weapons you discover, especially the secret ones, are insanely cool and often have their own unique flair that give them their own identity. Do guns still sit squarely in the driver's seat? Absolutely, but you don't have to be a top 1% player to embrace a melee playstyle, unlike in the first game. There are loads of options, and the team's commitment to expanding the set of melee animations and ensuring each swing feels impactful is apparent. Everything we've talked about up until this point funnels into one pinnacle Remnant 2 experience: boss fights. I have a sick obsession with challenging boss fights, and think good design is one of the best ways to deliver an impactful player experience. Gunfire delivers on nearly every front, doing away with some of the things that didn't work in the first game and holding nothing back when presenting an entirely new crop of Apex challenges. Remnant 2's boss design are as much a puzzle as they are a physical challenge. You can't expect to run into an arena and just burn a boss down, ignoring mechanics. You'll die, over and over again. You have to observe the fight, learn the mechanics and patterns, and then slowly adjust your strategy until it all clicks into place.
Welcome to my channel.
For some, this might take 1 or 2 attempts. For others, dozens, maybe even hundreds. It's that defining moment when you finally figure it all out and defeat that larger-than-life enemy when you realize the game is at its absolute best. Then you remember you get a pretty sweet reward for your efforts, and all is right in the world. That experience happens over and over again, and with dozens of bosses in the game, it's something we never grew tired of. If our glowing review wasn't an indication, let me spell it out. Remnant 2 is one of the most satisfying games we've played this year. Heck, it's one of the most satisfying games we've played in a seriously long time. The developers pulled out every stop to listen to their community and make a sequel that is bigger and better in every single way. If it hooks you, and I bet it will, you'll be addicted. The moments you're not playing the game, you'll wish you were. And when you close your eyes, the only thing you'll think about is when you can log back in and play again. If I had to knock the game for anything, it would be the lack of crossplay on day one. It's something everyone's been asking about, and the developers, understandably, have been quiet on. The first game eventually had some form of crossplay, but it was never a truly seamless experience across all platforms. Fingers crossed they can figure it out somewhere down the line, because it would be the perfect cherry on top of a nearly perfect game. If you don't believe me or think I'm some paid shill, that's fine, but our goal has always been to let you know when great games are released, and if you miss out on Remnant 2, you're missing out on an ace. If you needed just a little more of a reason to consider purchasing, the game is only $50, with an Ultimate Edition only costing $20 more that gives you access to all 3 future DLCs, which is so much less than those AAA flops you convinced yourself were cutting edge. You're getting a game that is actually amazing with potentially hundreds of hours of content that will keep you hooked from beginning to end. Friends, I don't know what else there is to say. You wanted our brutally honest review, you got it. Could we nitpick some microscopic issues like the early cost of respecking? Sure, but when you're having the time of your life playing a game as well developed as Remnant 2, there's no point in drawing attention away from that brilliance. With that in mind, our team is excited to continue our in-depth coverage of the game here on the channel, so be sure to stick around by hitting that thumbs up and consider subscribing if you want more content like this in your feeds. You can also join us on Discord, stay up to date with everything going on with the channel, win free prizes, and so much more. That link, of course, is below. My name is Kodiak, and from everyone here at Legacy Gaming, thanks for watching, and
I'm not ready yet.
Izgleda dobro. Samo šteta što ovo niko neće uzeti.
Nisu gađali Bjornove čovječe, boži be. Jesi ti normalno ti gađaš Bjorn neke strane države? Momentalna objava jatra, momentalna.
Zašto se raspravljaš s njim, da nije normalno?
Porque nisu normalni. I afričke zemlje ih poslije smatraju za prijatelje.
Despite needing an improvised lathe due to equipment failure. Broke some more tools along the way, but that's par for the course at this point. With all the pieces now fabricated, we can begin final assembly and finish work on this monstrosity. Hey, real quick, this though. Pretty weird, right? If only there was some way to rectify the situation. Oh yeah, buy my merch. Pretty sweet, right? Okay, well, I mean, we're threaded. I guess you know what comes next.
Međunarodne propise.
Koje međunarodne? Koje međunarodne propise neće?
Da smo samo mi bili budale da propustimo pomoć. I da Rusi pomognu Bugarima da silu da svoje trepu. To smo samo mi mogli da radimo. Šta ima? Zato što onaj debil concentration troopa na njihovi granici. A Poljaci nisu Ukrajinci, su jako militarni narod.
The weld repair inside that hole has shortened the depth of the hole, so nothing fits together. Anyway, so those damaged threads from the broken die actually have no effect at this point. Thanks.
Ajde be pokoliča i najbolji ničeži trujane, nešto. Da.
So it's a little wobbly, but I haven't actually done anything.
No, očekujemo, ako si jedno se kukne 26 dana.
Actually really hard to tell because of the way
Nisam znao da 3 dana treba da obiđe 600 puta zemlje oko sunca.
Anything left can probably be, manually bent out. Alright, good enough for now. Let's get this back apart and let's work on the infinite standing and filing of all these little bits of the milling here. Should take quite some time. Okay, so I got the sword in my welding
dok je Poljska bila u SSSR, imala je manji bruto društveni proizvod nego mi. Sada mi imamo bruto društveni proizvod koji smo imali 92. a Poljaci imaju 700-800 milijardi.
But then you can see there's a small gap here. And especially on the left side,
čekaj, ti misliš da ekonomska moć ne donosi istovremeno i mogućnost da kupuješ naoružanje koje je modernije i bolje.
Ne, naoružanje se iz vazduha.
Druga stvar, ti znaš da je Poljska od Amerike kupila pun kurac protiv vazdušne odbrane. I da će vjerovatno od Izraela kupi gvozdenu kupolu. A znaš što razlika od gvozdenu kupolu? Ne može prođi ni muva, a da ona ne registruje. Tek gdje vam kume. Wake up, sunshine.
Given that it's such a small defect, I think we can bend it out easily. Ideally, I'd probably just cut those threads off, remachine the handle like an inch, and then recut the threads straight. And I have absolutely no idea when the replacement motor is coming in. And I have to get this whole store done and delivered in less than 3 weeks. So I'm just gonna have to go with what I have at the moment.
Sigurno ne na neke rusko-filmske kanale, nego na neutralne. Mene uopšte ne zanima Rusija. Uopšte, kad si budala.
Wow, so that was it.
Čak i to što bi ti da nije bio Bismarcka živeo u Bugarskoj.
Got me exactly where we needed.
Da nije bio Bismarcka da poništi.
Pretty identical. I haven't actually tightened it all the way down. So I want to remove this. If I mill the top of the guard flat, it should be, you know, it's flat with the blade as possible.
Znači za mene su Rusi neprijatelji jer uvijek podržavaju naše neprijatelje.
Now the end of the handle is straight, so it should be a standard reason.
Naši su neprijatelji. Evo ti sva ta ruska stoka koja je u Beogradu podržava neke etadirane proteste.
Yep, well.
Kako?
I mean, I don't know, that's just gotta be luck. There's no way, I literally bent it for like 10 seconds and it ended up perfect. Now to measure the side to side,
je lakše mi da imaju prijenu izbiji sečem glavu.
Digital caliper here. Put the camera up on a tripod.
Mi smo bombardovani 99. upravo zato što smo glumili komuniste i rusku odbranu. Ne. Mi smo trebali da prihvatimo predlog da uđemo u Europsku uniju i NATO. Kad su nam to nudili na tasni. Ali mi će da glumimo rusofili i zadnji komuniste na svijetu.
13.134. That's 8,000ths of an inch off. That's 0.2 millimeters, maybe 2 human hairs, side by side.
I znaš kako sam Rusi radili to što ste stavili za njih? Ako ne poslušate i ne potičete u embrioneriju i Rusija će te upiti pobedovanje Srbije. Malo im jebem. Malo je bilo to što su pomagali Ustaše pa još i ove da pomognu. Ruski generali plakali i ćemo da bombarde, ali kako naređenje. Toga što ti naredio to ako već si protiv toga. Ubije i odseću mu glavu. Bombardovali smo zato što smo glumili rusofile i zadnje komuniste.
Alright, we are looking pretty good here. I'm more than halfway done. I've got pretty much the whole guard section, you know, sanded and filed down.
Nama je nuženo da možemo u NATO. Mi bismo danas bili mnogo bolje. Mnogo bolje.
Got the rest of it cleaned up. We're looking really nice. The only thing left to do on this side is
niko ti ne treba da ideš u film. Kao što i u Afganistanu samo američki
Welcome to my channel.
Samo američki.
Hi, I can't handle this. I gotta go to work. Peace.